Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpoville. We're going to get to our corrupted characters here. We got Arthur, we got basically everybody here. So I might, there's going to be times where I'm going to have to grab this tool right here and just snip off some things again. These just got stuck in the primer. There we go. I mean, it happens. So yeah, we'll get Arthur. We've got all of our other ones. We got our Merlin right here. Hey there, Camda. Sorry that things are later. It just got extra crazy here. So we're just gonna go with a bunch of orange glow on everybody. Just gonna keep it standard. I was gonna kind of go violet on some, orange on others. It's like nope. We're just gonna keep it all very much consistent here. Let me just try and gather up some of my references, like that one and that one right there. Okay. There we go. All right, so we're gonna do. We got glowy things on a bunch of stuff here, Camda. Hey there, Ryan. Sorry it's so much later, but so that experiment that I was talking about with the UV resin, that came up aces on a bunch of things. First of all, so this is the modeling paste sanded. You can see the sanding texture over here. This is almost like, and this is one of those really rough ones, Camda. This is almost cleaner than a resin print right here. So Camda's going to get the 125. Looks like Valfeir's going to have a 125 as well. But this is a big deal, and also for gluing stuff. Yeah, it actually came up aces for gluing stuff. So that video, actually, it's just finishing rendering now. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to put that up on the Patreon page till after the stream. But yeah, that was a big success, Camda. Again, I don't know if you've ever tried something like that, but boy, that worked out really well. So 125 there for Camda, and again, we'll probably have to do this for Valhera. We'll probably have to do this for Erin as well. So thank you so much, Camda. There we go. So yeah, it's I mean, and I'm gonna try it next. We're gonna try it again. I mean, I'll just grab this one here. So let's say you got some pock marks, right, from some printing, from some support nubs or whatever. I'm going to do that next, Camda. We're going to see how that works. We're going to try and glue together, uh, resin to resin, but that worked out really well. So like this right here, see all those, you see all these layer lines right here? I brushed that stuff on. I didn't sand it or anything. It absolutely came right off. So Horns fan, oh geez, Horns fan, I was hoping I could send you this video. Guess who is like in the top 7 right now, Horns fan? That would be your Western Bulldogs. Yes, indeed. They hung on to beat Collingwood in the last night. Somehow hung on to beat Collingwood. So yeah, Collingwood is now I think 5-6, 5-6-1, and now the Bulldogs they're actually in 7th after all of that. Nice to see you there, Pickman. Horns fan, yeah, they're going to be more solidified there. Actually, too, Horns fan, if a couple of the top teams win, they're actually more secure in that 7th spot, believe it or not. So, Ryan, if you want to share some stuff, same thing there, Camda, same thing there, Pickman. You want to share some things, please go ahead. So, again, I haven't actually had a chance to paint the corrupted version of most of these characters yet. I think this is the only one. Let me get him for you. Here he is. Let me grab this for you. And I mean, we're just going to do the same thing, basically. There you go. So we're going to do the corrupted version of Lancelot here. Everybody check out that TikTok link there from Pikmin Horror. Give Pikmin Horror a follow. Now, last night, we got a chance to paint. Oh, the camera's a little bit closer than it was last night. There we go. So we have to back out just a little bit there. And here, of course, is the bust version. We had both of these at Adepticon, and we did do a little bit of freehand on there. I mean, this design, I have painted that design so many dozens of times and sculpted it like in Sculpey, yeah, as a business card holder. But kind of neat to add some of our freehand to it. So that was our stream last night, and of course, here was our latest painting right here. There you go. I was gonna say there, Horns fan, was that 5 games? Ah, thank you so much, Pikmin. Appreciate that. And again, here, let me. So again, we're kind of we're marching towards the corrupted characters now. Oh, geez, that was the 7th game. Holy smokes! And of course, remember we've been working on these. So these again, for folks that are, let's say you're doing a solo game or you don't have all the players that you need, this right here, this table, that's what I've been working on for weeks now. So the Knicks did manage to win that series, huh, Horns fan? It's hilarious because again, there's already talk about, oh, the OKC should just break it up. They should just nuke it all and start over. And I'm thinking, from the perspective of a Chicago fan here, it's like, yeah, here, look, just bring OKC here. You can have the Bulls. We'll take, we'll just take them off your hands. I'm gonna start here. Let's get some of this orange going. We're gonna just immediately start doing source lady type stuff because reasons. And I'll try to. Oh yeah, Pikmin, you didn't see that this was. I didn't have this painted at Adepticon either, so there you go. Now again, boy, it's so much closer because I had to move the camera close for these figs. But again, that's our fabulous Arachne there. Now, of course, Horns fan, the dogs, they're still missing critical personnel, and there's some that just aren't coming back this season. So as far as long-term success, I still don't think they're repeating 2016. I mean, who knows? Maybe they can. Of course, Horns fan, there's no quick takes here, right? Everything is careful, reasoned, rational approaches only on the Wampelville Sports Network, right? Because that's the only way we can bring you the news before it is the news. Yes, indeed. Well, hopefully you can get back down to painting. Now, Pikmin, you're not doing Gen Con, right? I think you were saying what your next event was. Actually, Pikmin, if you got any classes, I don't think you're doing ReaperCon, right? I don't think you're doing ReaperCon. So again, this is going to be very much like the larger version here. Now, I simplified these as best as I could. Where's... there you are. And the next episode I'm going to film is going to be Arthur here. Well, Corrupted Arthur. And the idea is to take all of those different bits that I made, like the Oculus stuff and the stuff for the arms and then the sword items, and see if I can add that to our sculpt / armature. That's fantastic there. If you wanted to share any links to that there, Pikmin, please go ahead. And of course, Horns fan, if you want to share any of the stuff you've been doing, I'll send you this video. Now, I sent that to Recoil, but for some reason, Instagram I don't know if it zonked out or whatever, but it never sent him that video. That's something that, well, Recoil, his mom, and myself, we used to have, they would be watching the game. I can't watch the game. All I can do is just have like essentially the radio call on and have that stupid chart thing, which everybody keeps saying it looks like some kind of like I'm following stocks or something there. That's every time people see that thing, they're like, is that a stock ticker or something? Yeah, lots of stuff to share with you there, Horns fan. Lots of stuff to share. Well, again, congrats on the Spurs. Now, of course, Horns fan, speaking of takes, speaking of takes, they're kind of already saying that Wimby is like a taller, more interesting Tim Duncan, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's the new take there, Horns fan. Hey there, Valandar. Everybody, please give Valandar the red a follow. So, Valandar, I know that you've been able to do a bunch of a bunch of streaming lately. Now, let's say that the ooh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a dual light source. Yes, on Galahad. That's right. I can't wait to do the corrupted version of him because he's gonna have like 3 different light sources. Yeah, that's gonna be super fun. And of course, like we were talking there, Horns fan, like his passing lane is always wide open because he's like 4 inches taller than everybody else. Okay, now let's go a little bit later with some of this stuff. So LVO for Pikmin. All the folks going to be at LVO. Maybe sign up for a Pikmin class there. If you want to let folks know, get a little bit more info about that, that'd be fabulous. And of course, again, Valandar, you wants to share stuff in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. But yeah, Horns fan, I wanted to send you a message to today just to say, hey, look who's. I was even going to do a screenshot of the ladder for you there, Horns fan. I was going to send you a screenshot of the ladder saying, can you believe this? Now, of course, some of the players are back. Like English is out there. Now, Liberatore still, he's. Now, I don't know. After the game, Bailey Dale was saying he might only be a couple of weeks away. Now, they have a rough stretch coming up. They got Hawthorne. They got all kinds of top of the ladder teams coming up. So it's going to be rough. Now, they got Adelaide. Even when they're better than Adelaide, they tend to not beat Adelaide. So that's going to be another kind of a troublesome game, I would imagine, right there. Because arguably they have been better than Adelaide for years now, and for whatever reason, Adelaide tends to win those games. Not Port Adelaide. That's a different. That's different. But of course, Cam, to break up the Dockers. Look at the mighty purple up there at the top of the ladder. Well, they've been there before. It's maybe like a 2019 thing or something like that. All right, we're just going with some of our orange here. I was gonna do some different lighting on different ones, but we're just gonna stick with this here. And Ryan, I'll try and send you some stuff. I got some more stuff that I was hoping to send you. A lot of the stuff I've been working on with the Compass Rose universe. Actually, was working on how to officially name that universe so that it could be trademarked and all that. Because Compass Rose, I mean, that's sort of a common name right there. So we're trying to expand on that, but not make it too make it too long. As light as this might look, this right here is middle tone at most. Middle tone at most. And then we got 2 other ones that aren't going to necessarily have the source light. We got Morgan Le Fay and our Guinevere. So everybody check out the Instagram link right there that Valandar the Red just shared. Everybody please give Valandar the follow. So Valandar, you can actually stream all that stuff right. Not like that other secret project that you had. Remember that one? where it's like, well, I wish I could show you, but then I'd have to eliminate all of you. Glad that this is a little different situation here. Now, I might just, oh, here, okay, we'll have to get these out of here, because I was using those with the resin. So yeah, Cam, I was completely shocked at just how well that worked. I had no idea what to expect. Especially with the gluing part, that was huge. And it was stronger. When you see this, Cam, that won't really, I don't know if it'll convey just how much stronger it was after I put the resin on that, where the thing had broken off. It was definitely stronger than it was when I first printed it. Like orders of magnitude stronger. Now this is going to be, even this is not our lightest light here, but we're doing a little bit of a, this is our pinline washi stuff, right, that we do to get the lightest portion of our source lady stuff here. So again, pick, best of luck with LVO and such, of course. I'm sure that it'll be fantastic. I mean, I think you were real happy with how the Adepticon classes worked out and everything, right? I think that worked out good for you. So again, just as a super little quickie thing here, nothing fancy. Now let's get to Nimue here. I might. Ooh, wait. I actually have, once again, I have Williamsburg Indian Yellow out here. There you go. I was like, yeah, let's not go all the way to that just yet. If this was the 75 mil, yeah, we could do that. But this, not the 75 mil. That's great there, Pikmin. Again, glad that that's working out for you. Let me back off of that just a smidge there. So immediately, right, starting to create teensy bit of glowy stuff going on here. Well, I guess that means you can get back to streaming now too, right, Pikmin? If you wanted to let folks know your stream schedule, and of course, Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to post your stuff yet. And again, Ryan, I can't tell if you did. I know that Valendar has his Insta there, so everybody check out the Instagram that Valendar posted, and of course, again, give Valendar a follow. I'm gonna back up to this again. Then we'll hit this on the other side. We're just gonna do a generic kind of a grayish type thing, and then we're gonna start doing some of our glazy stuff. We're tackling all 7 at once here. It's almost like an old-fashioned Saturday challenge, the old style, where we used to do a dozen or more figs in one stream. Now, these are a little bit more high impact maybe than some of those Saturday challenges, because we got some very specific stuff we're trying to do with these. Still, it should be interesting. Okay, how's about the other side of that? It's like, whoops. Let's not forget that. Arthur, then Merlin. Everybody check out the painting stuff there that Valendar did. Now, Valendar, is any of that for... Oh, Gen Con. Yeah, for Gen Con. Again, I'll spit it out eventually. Not soon, but eventually I'll spit it out. I only do words, right, Camden? That's all I do is just words, nothing else. More of this lighter orangey stuff. Then we're going to hit it one more time with this glaze. Then we got to do Merlin. And then we're going to do all the other, basically, non-source light, dry brush type stuff. Almost tempted to grab me a new One Happy Choice brush as well. No problem there, Valendar. No, I'm glad that you got a chance to do it. Well, last year, right? Or no, was that last year or the year before? Sorry if I can't remember. I'm thinking that was the year before. Again, could be wrong. All right, Merlin. Okay, so yeah, the year before. All right. Better one than none, right, Valendar? There we are. There we are. So I appreciate everybody being here. I believe that I actually have a good print of not just Enterprise, but also Arizona. I will try to print out the Dauntless, another one of the Dauntlesses again. But that wouldn't be till Friday or Saturday. Remember, Monday Armada Monday is going to be our 1/1800 scale ships. Well, it's actually Yorktown. Sorry, not Enterprise. It'll be Yorktown. And then who knows? Maybe we'll paint Arizona because wouldn't mind having another one of those. That was again Enterprise in Arizona. Those are the first two ships that I ever painted from Coco's models. All right, again, just trying to establish this stuff super quick like here. Now, Galahad. Actually, now we're gonna go with. Believe it or not, there's actually gonna be blue on the other side. So two. Essentially, like he's kind of stolen the Grail, or the Grail code. Sorry. Where's my white? Where's my white? That's over here. More of that. And then I'll probably grab some of the just do some of the floral blue. What the heck? Whatever's. Where are you hiding? And I'll just use the Marion Street stuff here. Keep it simple. I'm still convinced that it's just manganese blue hue. I'm totally convinced that's what it is. 1 second here. Of course, now the paper towels are mostly gone. Two light sources. Because one's just never enough. And Pigman, I don't know if you saw the new Kathy and Jiro that we did. That was let's see, about 2 weeks ago now that we did the Kathy and Jiro, the new Cyber Kathy and Jiro, that is. There we go. And a little bit like that way. That should make for an interesting little film noir, I think. Thanks, Pikmin. Appreciate that. So Pikmin, I actually made, after that, I made a new Wapelius Spellbrush Cyber version. And now we have a new cyber version of CAD. This was the original one, but I'm trying to do different poses for CAD. That's a nice little action pose for CAD. Now again, it's a little bit of a different, little different there. Here, let's get some of our smaller one of these guys, and there's one. Where's the, there you are. Again, just trying to get some lighter, dry, brushy stuff here. Super quick like. There you go. Almost a weird sort of a violet, magenta, whatever's there. We'll do the same deal on our Morgan Le Fay. And it made it, again, that putting that resin stuff on there, I think it's going to have a massive impact for that big old FDM version of Morgan Le Fay on that throne. Oh my goodness. Now this is again another one of the corrupted characters here. So again, we're working on all 7 all at once. Might need to break out the old, sanded stick or something, because again, some of the little supports there kind of got stuck in the primer, like that one and those. So all that stuff just got stuck in the primer. Is what it is. Happens. Now we're talking. There you go. Of course, some of that's on the brush now. Galahad needs this on this. And over here, not too light, because, like shadows and all. There's that. Now we are getting to our tour here. So very much looking forward to the 75mm version of our Corrupted Arthur here. Now, we're taking a little bit of a hiatus this week from our Seri Republic starships. We will get back to those. These should be up on the YouTube channel now, though. Our first 3 ships should be up on that YouTube channel. Do that. Merlin. So originally I was thinking about doing like a violet glow here on this, and I thought, no, let's just for the game figures here, let's just keep it the same. But for the 75, because I already have him printed out, he's actually he's going to be part of a primer painting video, also coming up this week. And we're 29 minutes in, Camda. Yeah, we've been doing this for 29 minutes. We're working on 7 figures here. Now, of course, instead of the kind of chromy silver armor, basically everybody's armor is pretty much just black or blackish, or that blackened steel. Okay, oh, we did this one already. So we got Lancelot to do here. And no, those are not actually support nubs. That's actually sculpted in texture, almost like little dragon teeth kind of in there. In case you were thinking like, whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff stuck in there. Nope, that's actually that is sculpted in. So weird to see the tiny versions of these. You get kind of used to seeing stuff in that 75 mil. Let me tell you. And of course, I believe probably Tuesday will be episode number 1 of the 75 mil version of Morgan Le Fay on that serpent throne. We're just swinging back around again, doing. This is the last bit of our non-object source light stuff, such as it is. And it's gonna, and then we'll hit. I think we'll start out with our Perline Red, then Perline Crimson, and then we'll get to again our non-object source like glazy stuff, and then we start working in the latest part of our source lighting. We'll start in there. There we are. And no, this is not an Eldritch Foundry figure. This, because that's that. Remember, we filmed an episode on trying to do this particular pose in Eldritch Foundry, and there's only one way to do it. Yeah, I was wanting to see one of mine in that pose just for funsies. I mean, obviously it's more dramatic, right? You're trying to get to do a very different take on Arthur there, or I should say, Cyber Arthur. And with these, we can just kind of hit him with more regular glaze. With a little sneaky snake on the base over there, just because. Now, let's start doing our actual glazy stuff here. 1 second. So as radical as the differences between these two, the 75 mil versions will be just as radical as that difference. Rest assured. Tactical skulls, tactical rocks, tactical pillars, right, Camden. Now we're gonna ooh, look at this. Looky here. That's again the Williamsburg Indian Yellow. That's gonna be teamed up with the Perline Red. Not Perline Crimson, Perline Red. So you got yourself some translucency there. You got yourself a whole heap and help of intensity there. And that's going to go here to start with. And then we'll start launching into some of the Perline Red with the Perline Crimson mixed in. That's about as much as we can do just with that, because then we'll get the darker stuff in there. Okay, there's Merlin. Merlin doing this because more on Merlin. And then when we hit the Perline Red / Perline Crimson mix, well, then it's going to look much more like what you're kind of used to seeing. Again, it'll be a bit more, of that type of an orangey combo there. I think that is about what we can do. Arthur. pistol ammo. End of the sword. There we go. That porter's sword. Down in here. Nimue. Nimue here. Yeah, we'll stick with this orange for right now. We'll just stick with this orange here. And I believe Lancelot is the last one that needs this. Where's my, again, get some of that Indian yellow over here. Now keep in mind, that stuff, it takes a lot of thinner to break that down. That does not become a pinline washi type of a substance easily. Perline red does. It's no problem breaking that down. But yeah, especially the Williamsburg Indian yellow, you're going to be working at that for a little bit. Nice to see you there, Paradigm. Yes, Paradigm, we're doing all seven corrupted characters tonight, Paradigm. Where's our regular Lancelot? So there they are. We got all 7 of them underway, and now we need to start doing the non-source light stuff here. We got, and again, that's a somewhat different version of Gwenny. And of course, Paradigm, here is how this concluded. Again, this was real fun, and again, had some fun with the free-handy stuff there. And of course, well, we did the miniature version of him. This is last week, week before, something like that. There it is. So he's going to look very much like that. Oh, wait, there we are. Now we're going to break out some Perline Crimson. Oh, geez, I never did get my Van Dyke Brown out here. Ah, whatever. We'll do that later. I'll do it later. Now, this is another one of the 75 mil corrupted figs. It's also ready to rock and roll. Again, we've got multiple versions of Morgan Le Fay. We already did Lancelot. I've got Merlin all set to go. We've got Galahad. I'll finish the prepping on him. He still has to be on his big old base. And again, he looks very demonic. He really, 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 really looks demonic. And this is a little bit of the Mars Black mixed with the Perline Crimson. Maybe more of just the Mars Black there. Get some of that down into here, whatever. And again, we're now into the corrupted characters. Of course, with darkness comes deception. Got this. A little bit of, and I'll go with the gauntlet here, this whole arm. Get some of that, and now, you know what, let me just throw a little bit of this out here. Yeah, there it is. Wherever there's a spot, don't care where it goes. Don't care. this. Got this. Put that off to the side. Where's Morgan? Still gonna go with the violet, but we will combo that with maybe even more of our indigo here, and even darker violet for Morgan. Just gonna roll this in here, then we're gonna get to our Pearline Crimson. First, basically the darkest part of the source light shadow, if that makes any sense. Now that's definitely getting nice and dark there. Don't care if it mixes with the lighter stuff, that's fine. Not a problem. Because that's almost, again, providing some nice little free blends of stuff. To the, yeah, go back to, where's our brown there? Just throw that down in here. Whatever's. Just blast it in there, does not matter. Same over here. Just looking to get the darker stuff on there, that's all. Now to these guys, and Pearline Crimson, Pearline Red. Fine, I'm just going to chuck me some thinner over there in the corner. And now we're talking. That's going to be some serious source light shadows there. It's going to be a little bit funky. They end up sometimes almost like they're kind of going off the screen because I was just working with some gigantic stuff. I mean, I was working on some gigantic FDM prints. I was still filming probably, let's see, it was 11:13, so yeah, as of less than 3 hours ago, I was still filming. Trying to get that, again, that video is going to be uploaded to the Patreon page as soon as we are done here. Obviously, that's probably the last one for May. Bingo. So that, and this is still going to get later. We're making this darker. Yeah, that's going to get later. But first of all, we're going to hit the darker stuff, of course, in the non-source light areas. We'll do that first. Maybe a little more thinner. Maybe a little bit on the end of that. Some of our darker red. Let's get some of this darker red down in there. We know we're going to need it there anyways. Might hit get you up there too. One more. There we are. Another one of those little support nubs stuck in the primer there. That sort of happens a lot. Is what it is. Darker we make this, the lighter the source light gets. And it's still going to be darker, especially down there. This side now. Here on the cloak. Arm. Up there on his head. This arm. So again, 46 minutes ago, 7 figures. Just then, there was what? Just the Steino Res ebony flesh is brushed on. That's it. Nothing else. There's certainly no Zenithal. There's certainly no whatever on these. It was just dark, well, a mid-range brown. That's what it was before we got started here. It happens quick. Like always, don't blink. Because you're going to miss a whole bunch. Again, sorry about the voice. It's going to definitely be acting weird. Because, well, maybe 12 hours after I was streaming, I was filming. And now, like, maybe an hour something after filming, now I'm streaming. So I apologize in advance if the voice is a little bit funky. Throw with that. I believe Galahad is now the last one that needs this. Like you do here. That, not so much on the wing. Nope, don't need it there. The ground. Here, let me get a little bit of that Perline red in there. Perline red, Perline crimson. A little combo platter between the two. And as I said before, we'll be coming back to define our light areas much more. We just, well, you're not going to have much light without this dark. You gotta have it. Grab another one of my. Fine, we'll just use this here. Doesn't really matter. Prussian blue. Where's our floral blue? Maybe a little more of that. Wing. Arm. This. So again, I'm going to have the fun little dual light source. Now to the stuff that's out here that, well, got nothing to do with our source lighting. There's about a few drops of our thinner on there. You can see how this really changes. That becomes just this wee spot darker, doesn't it? And that all of a sudden, that starts to look a whole lot lighter because, well, we got something to visually compare. It was like, well, okay, that's just so there. That thing must be really light. Might even be more light than we think, because maybe it's the reason why all this stuff is darker. Working on all 7 at once, of course, advantage is going to be I can just let this have a whole lot of time to set. And remember, well, we're not going to have the translucent cloth of regular Nimue here. Get going with that darker armor there. Guess what? The stuff on the base becomes darker. Because, probably a cast shadow and all. Because, lighter stuff there. That squeeze that down into there. Arthur, yeah, let's do Arthur here. We'll combo Plator. I think some of the brown and some of our Hurling Crimson here. For the cloak. Well, at least the darkest parts of that cloak. See that? That starts to focus our glow for sure. Having this to compare it to. Now on this side, at least neutral, if not a cooler color than what's on the sourcelet side. All that's going to be non-source-like colors. In any case, we're trying to roll in some of our darker values here first. That's actually some of the violet and some of our brown put together. Back to the Mars black there. Pull this down, let gravity do its thing. Gravity is the thing. Yeah, those plinths on the plinths there, Cam, boy oh boy, do those come in handy. Great to see you there. So, Valfira, this has to be your 125 also. We had a little celebration for Valfira for a 125er. I would imagine you got your 125 too, right, Valfira? There. Gravity is fickle, right, Valfira? You can be deceived. Gravity can be very deceptive, right? So great to see you there, Valfira. Let me hit this. Alright, I'm just going to use the almost straight up pansy gray or indigo right there. And again, we're going to start doing the lightest stuff in our source lighting too. After we get, well, the darkest stuff in our source lighting. More the indigo here. Now we got it. There it is. Then again, letting that mix with some of the lighter stuff we put there. I mean, why not? So I was going to go with different colors of glow. Merlin was maybe going to have a violet. Even Nimue, I was thinking of going something else, but for the then we might do that on the 75 mil versions, but on the gaming versions, we're just going to stick with entirely the orange. There it is. Now I think the hype train wasn't too loud, right, Camda? When I did that for yours, I kind of kept it far enough away. So I think if I keep it far enough away, it won't get too loud and it won't blow people's ears off. But we need to have ourselves a quickie little 125 streak celebration here for Valfira. Again, look at that dark. Really brings out our lighter highlight stuff already. So here we go. A little hype train here. 125 stream streak there, which I already just passed my hype train. There it is. So again, hopefully that's not too loud. Thanks again for being here, Valfira. Appreciate that. Like always. It does sort of have to get closer to me to be able to turn it off. So I apologize that it does kind of get late, a little bit louder there at the end. Now we need some of that up in here. Okay, there we go. Paradigm. Actually, there's a couple. There's actually one paradigm that's, oh, what is it? Oh, true metallic. Yes, there's one actually in true metallic metals too. But I think actually, well, you might be seeing some of that on the snake throne there. There might be some of that. And also, too, you're going to see that with the with Nimue and with Morgan Le Fay. So you're going to be seeing the shiny black stuff there on those two paradigm. So yeah, you will be seeing that at a certain point. I would say, okay, obviously this week coming up, of course, is our Battle of Midway observation, so I wouldn't be painting it this week, but soon enough, we'll be getting to the corrupted version of Nimue. I would probably be targeting not this Thursday, but or this Friday, but the Friday after this one might be when we tackle that. More of that here. Boom. There. And then we gotta do the same thing with Galahad. Now keep in mind we were working on 7 figures all at once. 7 of them, count them. A little bit of shadowy stuff happening there, because, you know, cast shadow and all. So there's no base colors or anything like that, right, Valfira? That's a layering sort of thing. We started out with the ebony flesh primer, just brushed it on like usual. Then we did our lighter dry brushy stuff, and now we're doing our glazy stuff. So there's no base coat or anything like that. That would definitely be an acrylic sort of thing. Well, actually, no, we don't do that for acrylics either. I just realized, I'm like, well, that wouldn't be exactly true. Because we really don't do that for acrylic stuff. We kind of do a shaded base coat for that too. If you want a bluish black, of course, well, you know my favorite, right, is the Williamsburg, was it the Van Dyke Brown? Mix that with indigo. That's what we always used to use. I mean, you could if you wanted to take something like, say, a Mars black, a much stronger black, and then mix that with something. You know, you could get away with that. That would still work. Again, there is no main color there, Valfira. That's an acrylic sort of thing. That is definitely an acrylic sort of thing. Let me do this here. Hit that. Valfira, I was, you didn't get to hear, I was doing that experiment with the UV resin, Valfira, and it came up, it didn't just come up aces, it came up like mega aces. It really, I mean, wow, it worked out way better than I thought, and I could actually glue stuff with it too, Valfira. Now, it was very clumsy because I'm trying to film it, right, and I'm working in a very limited area. As I mentioned in the video there, Valfira, if I had 3 hands, if I was a little bit more zinchy or something like that, it would have been a much easier video to film. But lacking 3 or 4 hands, we had to kind of make do with what we had, right, Valfira? Yeah, okay, and then in here too, on the face, the hand. Where's our Nimue? Now let's hit Morgan first here real quick. Yep, get that, and then here. Once again, leave that to set. Where is... There's Nimue. And then obviously for something that's going to be a warmer black or something like that, well, now the Van Dyke Brown pretty much does it there, Valfira. And of course, sometimes, oops, that's not... There we go. Sometimes I'll mix that with... Oh, maybe even like a... Well, I used to like a brilliant yellow pale sometimes. Yeah, now in the the original reference, it was almost like a combination fire. It was actually like blue and red, like it was evolving there, Camda. So I might try that for, say, again, the 75 mil, where we almost have 2 fire colors. I think we'll just kind of keep it simple. Who knows? All the 75s might maybe we'll do them first with the fire color. Maybe that would be the best way to go to kind of keep them in line with what we're doing here. Valfira, and again, this was with this was before even the .2 nozzle. These things, they're looking. I'm not joking. They were looking cleaner than the resin prints. They were almost like smooth like glass. Yes, actually making the resin prints look almost like they've got tree rings on them by comparison. That's not what I was expecting, I have to say. I was hoping that it would be okay. I didn't think it would quite do that much. That's a little too much. A little too much. Back away from that. Now, okay, that's better. That is a better. Now we'll start working some of the later stuff into our the rest of her too, but we're just gonna keep on moving on here. and now down the ends of our sword over here some more. Merlin. But we'll just do this really, 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 really lightest source light stuff, and then we're going to start moving into more of the yellowish orange light further away from the main source. So yep, Candid, like I was saying, that's what I was filming just before the stream here. It's going to, obviously I can't upload it while the stream is going, but as soon as the stream is over, I'll start the upload on that. It's not a super long one there, Camda. It's maybe an hour and 20 minutes or so. So it shouldn't take too long, but yeah, I was not really sure. Of course, the interesting thing when I compared it to the to the marble or to, well, marble dusts or modeling paste, sorry, you could see the sanding marks in the modeling paste. So the modeling paste, it was almost like instead of like the texture going one way, you were still had a texture. It was just going in the other direction. And of course, the fabulous resin stuff did not have any such texture to it whatsoever. And as I was doing that, Velfer, I just kept thinking, well, wait a minute. There's been multiple times where I've tried to use, okay, something like the modeling paste to maybe fix up a couple little support nubs that just like dug a little bit too deep right into the surface of the print or whatever. And it's like, well, now I know what I'm doing. Yep, I'm doing this instead. Let me work that into here. We didn't even we did okay. I think Galahad, and he's already got some decently light stuff on him already. Oh well, let maybe do some of the later blue stuff. Okay, that we can do. Nope, that is still too yellow. How about we get some orange into that? There we go. Yeah, I was like, whoa, too quick, way too quick there. I think the 75 mil version of Corrupted Galahad, everything is reversed. The sword is in his right hand. Nice to see you there, Sledge. Great to see you again. It's hoping, again, here's hoping everybody's doing really well here on this, well, it's still, wow. I was just about to say Sunday, Valfira, but no, it's still Saturday. Even with, again, I was a half hour late. Now we're going to try and get the glowy. Well, that didn't quite go where that was supposed to, so we'll just do that. There you go. Here we are. So actually, Valfira, on the you'll see it in the video. That was one of the Cyber Yomi busts, like one of the really gigantic ones. And by gigantic, I mean like almost 1/4 scale. Well, I would say 1/6 scale maybe. That thing. Again, just all I did was I brushed this stuff on, but there was a big in the chin. There was a like a gigantic tree support that went into the chin there, and that completely eliminated that. There was a big old hole there, and it absolutely just made it disappear like it was never there to begin with. So that's gonna be super fun, Valfira. Very excited about that, I gotta say. That was not quite. I was hoping it could maybe do something. And again, it's a one-step process, right? Instead of the modeling paste. Even if the modeling paste, when you sanded it, had no weird texture after that, it's still a two-step process, right? Yeah. So I was desperately trying to eat some food there, Valfira. Because in addition, again, to try and get the thing filmed, all of a sudden there were just messages coming in like crazy. So that caused a hefty delay. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Soon to be on a 125 streak also is Conrads. So thanks for being here, Conrads. We're definitely powering away at all 7 of our corrupted characters here. It's moving fast. Cause we're oh actually we had our we just had 5 1s flashed across the screen not too long ago there, Camda. That's right. We did get to do a Cinco Quattro on the last stream there. It's been a little while since we did one of those. No, Valfira, they're messages that generally come in way earlier in the day, and by way earlier I mean like several hours earlier. Yeah, I was getting messages from folks who are like, wait a minute, why are they messaging me at 9:45 instead of say 5:45 when they normally do, or 3:45? Now we're gonna try and get here a little bit of edgy stuff on some of the stones down here. Once again, to try and indicate the light coming coming from the side there. All right, like so. Okay, now we'll leave Merlin. We'll leave Merlin. Let's advance to Lancelot. And then we might actually have to come back in with like the really, really, really tight in darker stuff here to really set some edges. There's that. I might entertain. Do I want to go that much later? Okay, fine. Let's just do it while we got it here. No, little Indian yellow. That was going to get too peachy right there. Let's catch it. Now let's go back to more of our orange for this stuff all the way up here. Yeah, better be more orangey. There, of course, we can we can also use our already painted version of Lancelot as a bit of a reference there. Get the edge of this. Now, I think actually it would almost be the other way around, Valfair. I think it's the Balrog sending these guys to take out Gandalf. Or maybe it's just Sauron. No, 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 no. Let's go back to orange here. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. The eyes is here. We know we want those to have a little glowiness to them. To Nimue now, yes. We did Mirrorland first. Okay, let's do Nimue here. So 1 hour 16 minutes ago, all of these, all 7 of them, by the way. Yeah, they were just ebony flesh brushed on primer. That's it. If you blink, you will certainly miss something. Probably something important. And of course, again, we're a little over an hour in. There's going to be a bunch more detail put on these, but right now, all we're trying to do, right, is establish things like our source lighting. What's the extent of it? How far is that gonna go from the actual source of the flame? Now this is armor, so this is gonna be a little bit more glinty, say, than an area of skin or an area of hair. To more of the orange, we go down here. Now we're going to need the maybe a little more light there, and then all of these edges here, like so. That would be more of a cast shadow here. So how's about we don't mess with that at all, right? AD, how you doing? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Of course, AD, why don't you post some fabulous stuffs there in the chat? AD Creations also does the streaming, so hopefully AD feeling a little bit less exhausted, right? So everybody, welcome in AD Creations. So AD, we had an absolute blast doing this last night. So this is and a little bit of freehand on there. The old, again, I've painted this on drums several times, at least 4 times. And I actually sculpted, I made a business card holder out of that shape using Sculpey. Well, I know that you're trying to kind of, because there'll be the time away that's going to happen soon. So I know you're trying to kind of build up for that, so to speak. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. That would be sensational. Now a little bit later with some of the stuff that is right over here by where the fire is. Or just the source light is. Nope, gotta refresh that brush there. Now we got it. Everybody check out the Instagram that AD Creation just shared. So I appreciate you being here, AD. to Arthur we go. He's got a decent amount of his later stuff already on him. I got two lights. There we are. A little bit of orange to backtrack a smidge. Carry that over the armor plates here. Come on, there we are. So Valefair, I'm hoping to set up the new computer there. All the stuff, the Cintiq and everything on, well, I was kind of hoping to do at least a bulk of that after the stream here. And then I could use that to film that next Blender tutorial. And you'll be seeing the 75mm version of this Arthur here in that tutorial. At least that's the plan anyways. Because there's all of those separate cybernetic bits that I wanted to add. The Morrigan, actually, the cyber version of the Morrigan is also another thing, because we're going to be adding all kinds of again, cybernetic parts to the face and arms and such. So yeah, hey D, we're getting to the corrupted versions of our board game characters here. We did all of these a couple weeks ago. Weird. Oh, and yeah, our corrupted Galahad looks a little bit different than regular Galahad. Can't wait for you to see the 75mm version of him. That's gonna be wild. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. Yeah. That should catch a little more of the light. I mean, sword's sitting there right above it, so fine, whatever. Also, too, hoping that maybe by Wednesday, because I did print out some more tiles there, Velfira. More tiles, more tokens. Those, we'll try to get those things painted up.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Appreciate that. Piano says, so is the whole flamey sword, is that like for ring rates and stuff? He's like, what ring rates? What are you talking about? It's like, yeah, ring rates. They don't really like fire. I guess they don't like water either, which is kind of weird, because how do they put out the fire? Like, is he always like this? That's, now, we've had several sixes on our Gandalf 6. Can Fernando achieve one of those sixes? Well, it's a third of a 6. Couple more rolls, maybe we get to a 6. But thank you so much, Fernando. Appreciate that. That's sort of that was an unexpected take by Gandalf right there. But no matter what, Gandalf always loves his new little hobbitses. Loves his little hobbitses. Now I'm gonna go the other way with this. Let me just use another one of these guys here. Let's get to again. Then of course this is a fractured grail here, so not just lighter, but also we gotta start painting in some of the fractures on this. Now the larger version gonna be way easier to do that and really have that translate well. It'll be a little bit tricksy on this, because it's just not quite the same size. Actually, well, speaking of Sunday, I guess, will you maybe be streaming later today now? Since it is, well, no, it's still not Sunday. It's Sunday for you. It is still only 11:55 here. Wow. I keep looking over. It's like, okay, it's got to be Sunday now. It's like, nope, it's not quite Sunday yet. It will be soon enough. No, I need more of the blue here. I think we got it now. Yes, there we are. That's it. And that's just a floral blue and some of the white. I mean, keeping it pretty easy. Wing. Doing this. Oh, and Valfair. I don't know if you might not have been in here early enough. I think I've got an Enterprise, well, a Yorktown and an Arizona printed out. I won't know for sure till after the stream and I get down there and actually take those off of the build plate. But I think we've got ourselves some ships for our Armada Monday. And again, that's this Monday shall begin the Battle of Midway observations. We even got ourselves a special overlay for it. Monday we'll be painting Yorktown, maybe also Arizona. Thursday will be another painting, not quite the same as this one here. Where's there it is. We're gonna have a Dauntless Dive Bomber, scratching one flat top. This is what we did last year, and then on Friday probably, or yeah, Friday stream probably paint up a Dauntless there. Unless we save that for the Saturday stream, we'll see how that goes. But I want to give me some use out of that overlay, Valfira. Because, yeah, like all these overlays we've been making, I want to... Now, that one, it's kind of a once-a-year type use type sort of a thing. Yeah, let me get some... And this is not white here, by the way. Light as that might look, that... Well, that's not white. More of that back here, okay. Get that blue. Again, that's just the, what's it, the fluorescent blue from Marion Street, actually. Oh, that's fabulous there, Paradigm. Now, I don't have Arizona with me out here, I don't think. But yeah, Paradigm, the very first ship that we painted, well, the first two ships was Enterprise and Arizona. And for the longest time, we had Arizona out here next to me on stream because that way we could compare. So here you've got your Richelieu right here. We would compare Richelieu, Roma, Arizona, South Dakota. We did not have our. Well, this is our H class. I'm like, that's no Bismarck right there. That's an H class. So this we actually did two unicorn ships there, Paradigm. We did the Montana class, and we also did again the H class. Thank you so much, Hasty. How you doing? Speaking of hasty hobbitses, so great and nice to see you there, Coral. So Hasty, again, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Hasty Maru a nice little follow there. So we're working on just a few figures here, Hasty. A 7, yeah. There's 3 of them. Here's more. There's a couple of more. And then here's a couple of more. So yeah, we're actually working on 7 figures all at the same time. 1 hour, 30 minutes ago, all of these had no paint on them whatsoever. Oh, I forgot we had a Wapelville Sports Network one there, Sledgehammer. Oh, and there's a good old APCC. So we are doing the corrupted versions of our board game characters. So let me just grab. Well, here's Arthur. We've been working on him. So again, there's the regular version of Arthur, and then this is the corrupted version of Arthur. Same thing with our Nimue here. There's the regular version of Nimue. We're working on the corrupted version, and there's our Merlin here. So again, there's regular Merlin, and there's the corrupted version of our cyber characters. Here, let me show you. Where's Lancelot here? So there's the board game version. Now, how's about we break out these versions here? Now, these are the full-size versions. Again, that is your non-corrupted Lancelot. There is your corrupted Lancelot with both with glowy swords. Thank you so much, Coral. Appreciate that. And on our stream last night, we did this. This was our Morrigan. So this is part of our Celtic Goddess series. Geez, we got to zoom out. I keep forgetting we got to zoom. There we go. Now you can kind of see that. And I get a little bit of freehand on that too. And that goes along with the... Oh, look at that. There's the bust version of the Morrigan. And by the way, these are all own sculpts here. Our last stream before that was this right here. So that is our Cyberthurian. So that is the digital Camelot right there that you're seeing. We've actually done a couple of other versions of it. Here's a Moonlight version. Right there, and there's oh, look at that, there's a Sunrise version. Very happy Sunrise. Oh, thank you so much, Hasty. And again, Hasty, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, those go along here. Let me bring this out here. So in the Lady of Shalott, in her mirror, which is the mainframe, you can see she sees digital Camelot. So there you go. And that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it, Camda, when you see these two kind of side by side there? And again, well, here's our, we were just working on there's the corrupted version of Galahad. Let's zoom back in here so you can see that a little easier. There you go. So again, there's the corrupted version of Galahad. Where's regular Arthur? I think he's over here. Yeah. So there is the non-corrupted version of Arthur, and here is, and we've got a 75 mil of this. We'll be painting that up on stream too. Let's go back. Here, let's go back to this one here. And again, Hasty, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, please feel like you can. There you go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Hasty Meadow just shared. Actually, Hasty only ever had a chance to do the face painting stuff only one time, and well, we were doing other parts, and it was a little bit. They got really cold really fast because we were using the acrylic paints, and yeah, they got pretty cold. It was in a hotel there. Yeah, they were getting a mite bit frosty. They were almost shivering. Talk about a moving target, right, Hasty? Yeah, these things, well, if they're moving around, that means you're probably either maybe have taken a little bit too much of a certain medicine or maybe not enough. I don't know. But yeah, yours can get up and walk around. So these are for the board game right here. Now we are also working on the role-playing game too. No, not. It's not that kind. Oh no, not the. It was a little bit more elaborate than that. It was more. I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but yeah, it wasn't face painting the kids. This was definitely an adult there. Basically, it was a bunch of different artists. It was like a charity thing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a charity thing there. Now here's we've been again working really hard on the rules for our Cyberthurian game. I'm actually gonna have to zoom out again because these are way too gigantic. There we go. So for folks that maybe either want to play this solo or you don't have 6, 7 people to play it with, we've been working on these tables again. So if nobody's playing Guinevere, you're going to use 3d6 to kind of see, well, what would Guinevere do? Same thing here for Merlin. If you don't have a player that's taken on Merlin, you're going to use this 3d6 table to do that. And then of course, let's say if nobody is available to be Mordred. Now, Mordred is a much more complicated 3d6 table because there's, again, it's essentially, you got Mordred and then you have your Grail Knights. Also with with Guinevere and Nimue. The RPG stuff, I don't have that here with me. But yeah, rest assured we're working on the RPG stuff too. 7 for now. There's 7 different character classes. Might pare that down to 6. It depends if that one class works, then we'll keep that. Oh yeah, right now we got 6 different character classes for the role-playing game. No problem there, AD. Well, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow. And everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And again, in addition to Hastimado. Oh, and haste this is the other thing that we've been working on too. Is that we've been working on our starships. So this is a whole, several fleets of starships that I made. Again, that's all my own stuff there. We've been painting these up on some of our Monday streams here. Again, that is part of this. You can see one of their ships in flight here. Whoops, I think we went the wrong way. Okay, there we go. So again, there we go. It's for that species right there. And again, there's one of their ships in flight. That's we're actually doing a 2-part tutorial series on that ship. That is the carrier there. Whoops, went right past my scene. All right, a little bit darker there. Now let's start to get... this is what I'm looking for. By the way, we're using oils here. All oils all the time. Get that mixed up with our dark bluish gray. So very different. Now I don't have the figure version easily accessible here. I do have... Well, of course, there's our cyber version of Merlin. But here, let's break out Nimue again. It's not the full figure version. That's often the case there, but and a little bit. Oh, I have the bas relief. That's right. That'll give you a little bit of indication of what. Yeah. So that's the non-corrupted version of Cyber Nimue right there. So back to our somewhat light. No, maybe not quite that light. Again, 1 hour 39 minutes ago, these 7 figures had no paint on them at all, as in none. Now it's gonna start getting that little hint of bluishness. No, more the violet there. Also, maybe even mixed with some of that Naples yellow. Oh, wrong brush. How's about we get the right brush for that? This one. Now we're talking. only a few areas on it. Maybe even that's too much right there. I mean, it's a combination of, well, the armor is darker to begin with. Also, it's with our object source lighting, we want this to be as dark as possible to really showcase the source light on the other side of it. And even that, see, it's getting too light. Ah, there we go. There we are. Just needed to take some of that away. All good now. The 75 mil version of this should be really, really wild to paint. With all of this, again, instead of the translucent, very light cloth, now with the very dark appearance here. That's going to be really fun. I need to get a little bit, there we go, a little bit more of the light up in there. A little bit different than our the regular version of the characters, because all of the big ones were painted first, then these got painted. But now we're kind of doing this in reverse, except for Lancelot. He's the only one of the corrupted characters that's been painted already. Now we're still going to have the lighter hair for Nimue here. So not like the armor. Let's start making this lighter. However, we've got all of our glazy stuff that we did. That's still wet. So as we do this, we're actually mixing that together. You can see, look how dark the end of the brush is getting. That would be all that darker glaze stuff mixing with the paint we're putting on here now. Look at, now you can see the red on the end of the brush. There we are. I think it was last night's stream with more the Morrigan. That was what, 5-hour stream there, I think. Not gonna go a whole lot later there. Now we might need to get a little bit of just some kind of skin tone on here. Where's that? There it is. There's our Indian red. We'll mix it with this violet here, because that can't all just be that dark. Here, a little bit more of the light on the skin tone. Maybe get some thinner in there too. Let's try this. If that gets too light, we'll just take some of that away. We can leave that for right now. Because the skin tones that we're going for, one will break out here. Let's get our Lancelot out here. So again, that's kind of the skin tone that we're looking for. All right, and again, we did just a little bit of freehand on there. We'll see what kind of freehand we might do on some of our characters here. Well, have a good night's sleep there, Hasty. Have a good night's sleep. And again, everybody, please give Hasty Model a follow and check out that Instagram. Check out the Instagram that Hasty posted. It's right over there. Still, you can see it very easily in the chat roll there. And appreciate the raid, Hasty. And again, all of these sculpts, pretty much everything I've been painting on stream for months now, has essentially been stuff that, well, I made myself. Whether it's a bust, whether it's a bas relief, whether it's a ship, or pretty much whatever. It's all stuff that I made. Nah, I'm gonna go with this stuff. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. We need stuff for the non-source lit side, so we need that to be a cooler color. Now here we do actually have, again, that already painted example we can check out here super quick, like There you go. So you can see what we're trying to establish right here. So that's not too light, too fast. Nah, no, we're good. For a second there, I was like, ooh, that's getting a little bit light there. Now, also too, like I've been saying, these are not those really giant figures just printed smaller, because those very large 75 mil size fit, those are not going to print out this size. You can try. Lots of stuff would probably just disappear. In fact, who knows? I might even kind of rework these a little bit, make them even more solid. Just kind of go into Blender and just kind of beef out some areas. Again, just to make them a little bit tougher, a little bit stronger for board game purposes. I might have to. Replenish our white at some point. Well, we will. I mean, oh, that's right. We're getting towards our 2 hour mark. That will be a time to replenish some of that. Got a combination of the alkyds and the regular oils out here. We've got pure orange, perline red, perline crimson on the regular oil side. Everything else essentially an alkyd. So all of this stuff is most definitely resin. But Sledge, I don't know if you heard me talking about the video that I just filmed. That's going to go up on the Patreon page right after the stream. Do I have... No, I don't have it easily available. Well, again, this was printed in FDM. All the big stuff. When you see really giant stuff like that, I mean, that's how big it is. When you see stuff like that, well, that's going to be printed in FDM. All the 75 mil figs, those are all printed in resin. I will be given, again, at some point during this week, we're going to give that 0.2 nozzle a try, since now I've kind of printed up as much of the game stuff, I think, as I could possibly want for doing the initial little run-throughs there. Playtesting is a little bit too... it's not really playtesting. It's more like, okay, is this even functional to start with? Do we need to just scrap this whole chart or this way of thinking and do something else instead? I tried to anticipate as many things as possible, but having made games before, you cannot anticipate everything. Let's do some on Arthur here. Got with the regular skin tones. We'll just let that all kind of blend with what is there already. So can't wait to, again, get to the larger version of this where I'm going to add all kinds of the cybernetic stuff to this sculpt. It wasn't practical. This is what I mean about these are the simplified ones. So again, the non-simplified version, if you want to call it that or whatever. That's going to get all kinds of additional cybernetics. So I wasn't printing out with those Valfear. I focused only on the Anycubic printers, because the whatchamacallit, when I found out that I had a build plate of all the stuff I needed to print already, like existing stuff, all the time that I had to invest in printing was all spent on the Anycubics. I am going to give the Saturns another run after the stream here, Valfira. It's just well, with reliability becoming an issue, I'm like, okay, I have build plates that I know worked on the Anycubics because they're from the Anycubics. So I did those. Those were kind of the priority. And thank goodness I had those. And I think I told you I was able to find a screen capture of the original settings. I wasn't sure if you remember that because you may not have heard that in a stream. But yeah, I did manage to find a screen capture of the original settings. We'll see. Okay, what I'm gonna try and do is during this week, I'm just gonna use only one resin with the Saturn. I'll just use the one resin, and we'll try different sculpts with the one resin, and that might be able to nail some things down. More of that is again. This is kind of like, almost like a little bit of a mid-tone here, but it's also on the cooler side. It's kind of grayed down, right? Again, because we want that to be the really warm, high chroma type stuff up there, don't we? So yeah, Sledgehammer, I was really super happy with the latest video. Again, we'll be putting that up on the Patreon page after the stream. But I used the basically some flash cure resin stuff and the 405 light, and I was able to use it to smooth prints. I was able to use it to glue stuff. So remember, Valfira, gosh, it's the non-cyber version of Nimue, the Lady of the Lake. Remember, I wanted to basically use that to sculpt falling water drops. Essentially, kind of like how we do our icicles. I think, believe it or not, Valfira, it might actually be easier to use that to make the falling water drops than the icicles, because that stuff doesn't really want to be pointy.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much for the follow. We appreciate that. So you're going to ask me about, what were they, wraiths again, like the other guy? He's like, what do you mean, what other guy? He's like, the other one that looks like you. Also smells like him, too. It's like, what are you talking about? Ring wraiths. You got the fiery sword, man. Ring wraiths don't like that. The other guy said they don't like water either. That really doesn't make any sense. Now, can we get more than a third of a 6 here on our big Gandalf 6? What do we got? Oh, well, there you go. That's more. That's, look at that. That's 3/3 of a 6. Or 6/6 of a 6. Say that 10 times fast, Inganis. You'll probably get yourself kicked off of Twitch. Thank you so much, Inganis. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Inganis a follow. And of course, Inganis, you know the thing. You gotta share that stuff in the chat. Inganis also paints with the oil paints. Inganis also does the streaming, so I give Inganis a follow too. Just like we were just kindly given a follow here ourselves. And again, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. And looky there. Everybody go check out that link that Inganis just shared. So again, just a programming note, the Monday stream, we'll begin our Battle of Midway observations Then we'll get back to our regular starship stuff. We're going to continue with the Seri Republic. Oh, that's it, Valfair. I'm going to try printing out. Do I have some of them here? Yeah, here we go. I'm going to try printing out some of the smaller ships, Valfera. I've already printed out some of them on the Anycubics, but not with the clear resin. So I'm going to try that with the. I'm going to try it with the regular gray resin and see what happens. Again, maybe it doesn't really do much for us, but maybe it works. Who knows? I mean, the Anycubics, and again, if I really want to, I guess I could find another screen there for another light for the Anycubic that's now kind of in the not super functional realm. But again, great to see you there, Ingones. And again, now if you're getting closer and closer to being able to stream Ingones, let folks know. I know that you were doing the streaming, and then there were new additions to the workforce, so to speak. Hopefully they are being trained as we speak. Again, those tiny little hands should do very well with things like removing mold lines. Okay, again, we're just trying to get some of that later, so now we're going to have to set Arthur off to the side. Yeah, I'm going to do one more fight here with this first, because I think we're going to go to Merlin next. Yeah, let's do our Merlin next. There. Okay. I think I remember getting these inch and a half sized washers there. Yeah, they're about an inch and a half sized, I think. We've been gluing them to. We were gluing them to. What was that? The Battlecraft supplies things. Now these I've been making these myself. I mean these are the simplified ones. These don't have the little bar on them like our other ones do. You know what I need to, there we go, okay. And let's get some, just a touch somewhere of just regular skin tone, not necessarily all the, okay, yeah, we needed that. Maybe glowy eyes here. Yes, those orclings, they don't feed themselves, right, Inganes? You have to set them loose so they can forage for food and such. Who knows? They might come. They might come back with a few hobbits. And you might have to say those are not for eating. There. More of that over here. Especially where again, that's a metal bracer that he's got on, so we want that to have a little bit of a glint to it, right? Again, the whole source light thing and all. We'll have to make some of this dirt. You know, I might just do that now. Yes, let's do that while we're thinking about it. Let us do that. Maybe we'll start with the Pearline Crimson and that touch of the Indian Yellow here. Let's see what that's going to do for us here. Can't have too much thinner on it, that's for sure. Because that needs to... There we are. Darker that gets, the lighter the light gets. Come on. Ah, now we're talking. That wasn't quite cooperating. You know. Oh, I forgot to put our drop of thinner on that, because that's not Marion Street right there. Yeah, that's our Paul Rubens. Whoops. All right. That is going to get a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more intense there. How's about down here? Some that's gonna have too much yellow in it. Okay, now we're getting more of the orange in that. Our rocks is down here. Okay. Nope, too much. Take some away. Alrighty, we'll get some more of our orange here on our cannot work. Get a little bit of orange on that. Now over on the cloth on this side. Again, that's we'll get a little bit more light, little bit more light. Orange on that. Probably come back and hit some parts of this again with a really. You know, I might even do that right now. Let me do that. Pearling Crimson. That'll be nice and dark. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's around the eyes too. We're gonna need that. Bingo. Up here too. More shadow stuff. There again, like a bit of a cast shadow there. I mean, it makes sense. At least I would think so. There, and again, where the hand begins, where the hand ends. This gonna need some more orange. Maybe that far. Not too much farther back than that. Okay, find a little bit on the shoulder here then. So just trying to extend that a little further up. There. So once I can get the tokens painted up and these extra tiles, and I'll also probably clear the larger photography table. We'll try to get another set of images on all of the stuff we've been doing for the board game. Again, this is a board game. It will also be an RPG. The RPG very much tied into the board game. I mean, the primary difference between the RPG and the board game is that you're not playing the named characters. You're playing essentially character classes. Where's my that's the one I was looking for. I'm like, wait, that's none of the ones I was looking for. Let's do some stuff on our Corrupted Cyber Galahad here. Gonna try and get some of that same skin tone, that oh, not quite zombie-like skin tone, but definitely not the healthiest looking skin tone ever. And of course, with Galahad, we wanted. Wasn't looking to necessarily take out all of his, because he has that white. Where here he is. Yeah, that's his non-corrupted version right there. So that the Grail code is written into his armor. Well, upon corruption, well, that's sort of that armor just kind of goes away. So right there, that's almost kind of a greenish color instead of the bluish, because again, I don't want that to necessarily all be, okay, well, we're just going to make it more, everybody's just going to have a black cloak. That's a little too boring there, I thought. This almost has some elements of, almost like some gold-ish almost in there. He doesn't really have too much of a cloak on the 75 mil version of him. Take all this stuff out of here. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal a follow. So, Pascal, why don't you do the thing? Post the stuff in the chat there. So, Pascal, I don't think you had a chance to see the stream last night. We painted up the. I think you saw the bust. You saw the bust version of the Morrigan. There is the figure version of the Morrigan, right there. So that was very, very fun. Painted that up last night. Everybody check out the Instagram link again that Pascal just shared. So yeah, we're doing again doing the board game figures, only this time the corrupted characters. More here. Doing this. Lighter. Again, please check out that Instagram link. Now, Pascal, were you going to be streaming? Since, oh, now it's actually a Sunday here now. Because I know that's usually one of the really common days for you to be streaming there is on Sunday. Uh, Basically just taking this sort of this radiant violet here, mixing that in with our Indian red for his skin tone. Then we'll hit a little bit of the green in there too, or greenish anyway. Yeah, most of the skin tone is affected by one of our two light sources, so. Now, Theria kind of got loaded up with lots of work there, Pascal. Hopefully you get a chance to maybe do some streaming. I know that you really love to do that. And again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. All that fabulous, fabulous artwork. Hit this too. There we are. His hair as well, which not really going to be orange because that light doesn't really reach up there really at all. One more round to lighten up his wings. And again, when you see the 75 mil version of this, it will be positively demonic by comparison to the much more angelic non-corrupted version. Okay, we're getting there. We're starting to get there. To the much darker stuff we go. We've been doing this on the other ones here, trying to really capture our edges here with our different shapes. You know, the ends of gauntlets, bracers, shoulder pads, all that good stuff. He'll get definitely the glowy eye look too. Perhaps a little bit more of the dark on this as well. Maybe even up there on the wings. To the darker blue now, which is our Prussian blue and some of our indigos. So Prussian indigo, break that all down more. As we did with our darker red, we shall do with our darker blue. There. A little bit darker up there. Darker here. And of course, we're going to do at least one more version of our Cyber Camelot here, because this is what we did on Thursday. And I think we'll try to do the fractured version of Cyber Camelot, which is, you can pretty much see it right down there. See right in our Cyberthuria one. Oh, and of course that portrait there of Mordred. Very we'll definitely do that one because I can actually do that one in a horizontal composition, right? If it's literally just his face and you see practically nothing else, I could very much do that. And that, who knows, that might be after we finish our last landscape. That could be the first of our Cyberthuria portraits. I guess that's the other thing I could do is I could just like zoom in on their face where it's like that, and because you could see, okay, to the far left you got Guinevere. Maybe we just like really zoom in super 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 close instead of trying to show some of the torso. Maybe we don't even do that. Got some of the umber here. Mixed up with the black. We're just basically creating our own version of Van Dyke Brown here. Kind of trying to basically stain the bottom of the cloth here. There you are. And now I'm going to try to go a little lighter here, because again, we want this to look, each character, we're trying to look a little bit different. We want this to almost sort of be like his lighter cloak is all very much stained and very much befouled for sure. Alright, blending brush time. Maybe I'll just roll with this guy, yeah. We'll just let all that get blended together. To the lighter stuff we go now. Sorry, I had some stuff that was a little bit lighter on the brush. Indian yellow still. That is just such an intense yellow. Now we'll catch some of these a little lighter edges in some of the metal here. Not so much on the skin, not so much on the cloth. Focus that, kind of lock that in on the metals. And we'll also get we have a couple that don't have any source lighting on them. That would be our Morgan Le Fay and our Guinevere, of course. We haven't forgotten those. We'll get to them. Now, how's about here? Let me get a little more light down here. Bring this up and make it look like this casting a light, and then it starts to spread out from there. Catch a little light on the edge of that too.
So say we all.
Hey, oh, hey there, Sarge. How are you doing? Great to see. So, Sarge, hopefully all the new hounds are still doing really well. Great to see you there, Sarge. Oh, Sarge, there's a lot of new stuff to send you, and I'm talking about tons, tons and tons of stuff that I gotta show you. Now, Sarge, actually, were you gearing up for ReaperCon at all this year? I know that every year it kind of, well, I think this last year you were able to do definitely a lot more at ReaperCon than, say, previous years. But if there's anything that you wanted to share, uh, I figured there, Sarge. I'm just glad that it all worked out. And of course, plenty of trouble for Bodhi to get into with all of them. But yeah, great to see you there, Sarge. So Sarge, yeah, I'll show you some more pictures of the board game and such, and how that's been progressing. And then the Starship stuff. That's I really want you to see some of the Starship too, there, Sarge, because that's another thing from that time period in the '90s, right, where I did the Celestial Mythology stuff, all from that same time period. Well, have a good one there, Pascal, and hopefully maybe get a chance to still stream there. Have a nice walk with the hound. So yeah, Sarge, there is so much stuff happening. Holy smokes! Even I've got more of the Celtic Goddess sculpts that I've been working on. Basically resculpted Bridget. That's the one I'm going to try and print out on the Saturn. Alright, now there we are, trying to get some of the skin tone on Galahad here. Pretty light, that's for sure. And again, everybody please give Pascal, actually Pascal, if you wanted to share your Insta one more time before you head out the door there. Again, everybody please give Pascal Rules a follow. Now, glad that you're going to be able to get there Friday and Saturday, Sarge. I was told, I guess there's way more places around there that you can eat, like right in that parking lot there, than when I was last there, when there was basically what, the TGIFs and that's it. Yeah, I think there's a lot more choices there now. And yeah, we'll be hitting this with some of our. You know what, I'm almost tempted to do. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna try that. So I'm gonna take this stuff over here again. That's that crazy olive green, essentially like a early war Russian uniform green. And we're just gonna kind of glaze that stuff in here. Kind of almost a little bit nurgly. Yeah, our corrupted Cyberthurians. That might be as close to Nurgle as I ever get to painting there. Now, of course, if you want to see lots of Nurgly stuff, Armored Wolf has tons of Nurgle-themed dice bags among, well, all other kinds of themes. So, Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share the dice bags there in the chat, it's been a while since you had a chance to do that. Why don't you share some of the dice bags? Because those are sensational. More of, yeah, let's get that lighter, little bit of light thing on the cloth there. Now, let's lighten up our blue here, maybe with what remains of that. Well, that's like the last of it. We'll have to again break out some more. I think I'll do that once we get a chance to refresh our medicine, as we like to say. That is well, actually, it's been over 2 hours now. So yeah, Sarge, I've been trying to do the earlier starts. This was supposed to start at 10-ish, somewhere between 10, 10, 10. It started more like 10:30. That's still earlier than, well, almost midnight, which is kind of how a lot of them have been lately. So still, I'm gonna count it as still early. Yep, I'm gonna count it as early still. Getting more of that blue here ish stuff. And he's the only one of our corrupted characters right now that has the two light source, or two different color light source thing. That is more the fluorescent blue. We need to get some of that down in here into the grail itself here. Alright, that's better. Much more on this too. Okay, there we are. That was a little bit on the rougher side there. Yeah, we'll still get our fast matte white out here and everything, but we'll wait till hour 3 for that for sure. Get a little more extra light, the blue light on that, and then here too. Back to our Nimue here. Let's try and do some more stuff on those skin tones. Well, Michael, you might. I guess. Speaking of Reapercon, just lock in on maybe some Reapercon stuff here. I know that there's multiple Reapercon projects that you're trying to do. Whoops, that's the area I'm supposed to be in. Get that light, and now the chin. A little more light there too. A little smidge of reflected light on the armor there as well. And now let's see if we can make the hair a whole lot lighter here. Some more. No. Refresh that brush again. Okay, that's going to be annoying. We're just going to slice that off of there. Scissor time. There we go. And cut off a little bit more. There we are. That's better. Here's hoping that all works out there, Michael. And of course, Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share stuff in the chat there, but why don't you share some projects in the chat. Where are we at? Back to this now. Snag some more of our lighter stuff here on our Nimue. Now, we haven't really done much of anything on the cloak here. I'm just going to go back to this. Not too much of the violet stuff there. Let me try some of, there we go, some of that. Almost trying to maintain some semblance of the, the later, almost turquoise-like colors there for Nimue. Too light. Back to some of the indigo there. All right, we got it going that way. And again, this is all mixing. While it's a dry brush, that is all wet blending. See how dark the end of that brush is? It was not like that a second ago. Everybody check out that link that Arnold Michael just shared. Some more fabulous painted miniatures. I'm trying to remember how many what was the one gigantic terrain project that you had there, Arnold Michael? There was, I believe there was, 120, 130 pieces ultimately of terrain, maybe more. And obviously including scattered terrain and different stuff. I remember there was that big, giant terrain project that you had to do. Lighten that up a touch. Let me go back to. Okay, there's some of that sort of Payne's gray. Yeah, just I forget how many pieces of terrain there were in that. All right, yeah, let's do that. Now on the ground level here, since we'll have to put fast matte white out on the palette. Let's just work with the darkest stuff here on some of the ground, where like here, some of the cracks, we want to reinforce these a little bit more. That's just the perline, crimson, and some of our indigo mixed together. Yeah. This could really use that. Lighten you up some there. Well, we'll come back to do, I'm going to just do this. We'll do this, then we'll put the orange over that. Almost a little bit of a restart right there. At least on the eyes. I know we got to do this on Lancelot. We've got to do this on Merlin too, for sure. 2 hours 29 minutes ago, all of these were just dark brown primer. That's the Steiner Res Ebony Flesh Primer. I just brushed that stuff on. This is the primer color that they were. That's what they were not all that long ago. So yep, just 2 hours 30 minutes ago. That's when we started on these. They're not carried over from any other stream or anything like that. We started those again from essentially from that scratch point. There was no zenithal. There's none of that. No zenithal. There's no acrylic pre-painting on these. Nothing like that. Oh, Sarge, I'll have to send you a picture of some of the new landscapes, the Cyberthurian landscapes we've been doing. But Sarge, I'm going to be doing for our Battle of Midway observation on Thursday, much like what we did for last year here. We're going to be doing that really fun image of the perspective of the Dauntless Dive Bomber, kind of diving down on one of those. That'll be our painting for Thursday. It's really kind of scary, right, Camda, that the other stuff it just kind of fails on multiple levels, especially when it comes to the oils too. That is the other thing that's really crucial about it, is that other primers, the oils just don't like those primers. All right, we got this. Gotta get these into segments here. Okay, there we are. Now, I was wondering there, Sarge, if you were on the way home or if what was going to be the chow heading home to the casa. Sarge, I think I sent you some pictures of the garden. I've got the giant tomato plant now. The one that was sitting in the living room, that is now in the garden. Again, we call him Frederick, as in Frederick the Great. Let's see if he can create a new Prussian kingdom there of cherry tomatoes. The other plants are doing really well, from their basically seeds to full-on seedlings. I might have to start replanting those into smaller containers also. Now we're going to start to do again some nifty little edges here on our Arthur. Bingo. Definitely got to do some of that up here. That sounded really good there, Sarge. Actually, Sarge, at the store, I even got the neighbors going there to get some. They've got this jalapeno smoked jalapeno and cheddar. That's right, not just jalapeno and cheddar smoked sausages. And I've just been making those in the air fryer. So the neighbors on either side, they've actually walked over to the store, and they've also gotten some. And again, that's our little tiny store that's a block and a half away, maybe. Of course, that's the one that I've gone to since I was 5. There we are, okay. Fine, we'll throw the darker stuff around the edge of that. Maybe same thing that way. Okay, yeah, that'll work. And then maybe some of that red over here. So I think I might have sent you a picture of this brand there, Savalfair. It's definitely not Johnsonville. They're definitely not Johnsonville. So if I can find a picture there of Velfira, I'll send you a picture of it. They're more like Schmonsenville, I think, Velfira. Most definitely not a name brand. Just one of those situations, Velfira. It's a tiny store, and I guess either they over order something, or maybe there's just a mistake, and they end up with 1,000 times too much. Like those. Oh gosh, remember the one year there was the lamb butter at Easter. We were still buying that in July, Velfira. Yes, we were still getting the lamb shaped butter in July from Easter. Because they might have ordered one or too many of those. The problem is, Sarge, you get real used to those. It's like, okay, if that's just going to be sitting there, pennies on the dollar, I'll just keep getting it. And then eventually you end up, well, exhausting the supply. Of course, the neighbor and I, yesterday, we were conspiring to maybe just walk over there and get tons and tons of those sausages, and because they've got a freezer out in their garage, and it's like take our ill-gotten gains there, Valfera, and just shove those into into their freezer, and the entire neighborhood. Well, think of it this way: when the zombie apocalypse hits, we'll have an ample supply of delicious smoked cheddar sausages. I mean, all we have to do then is just make sure we don't get our brains eaten, and then we'll be gold. Everybody else is going to struggle. We will be just fine with our supply of jalapeno cheddar sausages. Yep, already got the neighbors addicted to those too. Now, what we haven't done yet here, I just noticed on the little pedestal there. I'm just going to take that. That is that's a very nurgly color right there. We're just going to dry brushy that onto here. That's all. Well, Velfear, we just figure, okay, if we get, the entire package for, say, $3 for a dozen, when the zombie apocalypse hits, something like $1,500 per sausage sounds about right. I mean, again, there's an inflationary crisis that happens during the zombie apocalypse, and it would only be fair to us to, again, have to maybe raise the price slightly in that crisis situation. More of this here. I might even throw a touch of it on the end of the cloak right there. I was about a little, maybe, okay, not necessarily with that same yellow effect on there. Yes, it's a zombie apocalypse. There's surface tension. It's again more escaped megafauna from the ancient Welshlandians. Everybody, please check out this link that Surface Tension is going to share some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Surface Tension, why don't you share that? Again, some fabulous oil painted figures from Surface Tension. Oh, actually, speaking of projects and all that stuff, there, Sarge, are there some, obviously maybe not a Reapercon project, but I know there was all the Tigray and the Stug and all that kind of stuff that you were working on. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Well, Valfear, it's been a long time since we've had multiple figures for a film noir that wasn't like, okay, we'll just grab these other ones. We might have one or two figures to get through here, Valfera, on a film noir. Wouldn't you say? Yeah, we'll just march our way through our, well, at least our 5 figs here. Of course, we'll save Galahad for last, Valfera. Yeah, we'll save him because he got the 2. Now again, you can see even here, right? That's a cooler gray, and that's very warm until this happens. Zoink. It's I mean, I guess you could say it still looks like source lighting, but it's not quite the same as that. Now, is it? Now here's our Nimue. It's gonna be the same deal. You got the warmer stuff there, and then much dingier, cooler stuff there until we do this. Oh, it's Wraith Nimue again there, Valfera. Okay, it's almost like there's no source lighting there. I will bring out Lancelot. Okay, yeah, that's sort of it. But we do this, that really enhances, boom, because now you're getting this cooler stuff over here, right? You're starting to get that. Here's Merlin. Now we're gonna start doing. We'll get to him next. We gotta start doing some
Hello,
lighter
little
stuff there on
hobbits.
that
Spark
cloak.
my gun.
How's about we do a quick little film noir? Thank you so much, Widowmaker's Den. Appreciate that follow. We'll have a little Gandalf appearance probably after our film noirs here. So again, that's bam. Look at that difference. Now here is the piece of resistance as we call it. Multiple lights. Oh well, look at that. It's now almost like there's almost no light source in whatsoever, because that is all strictly a color contrast there. All that definitely just a color contrast. Okay, how come I can't have a fun red glow stick like this? It's not a glow stick. Like, where's the? He doesn't even have a kitchen utensil. How do you expect to fight a Balrog like that? It's like, dude, you're in the wrong universe. Get out of my way here. Now we did have a roll of 6 on our big old Gandalf 6. Let us see if we can have the same thing for Widowmaker's Den. So we did. I called it. That's like 4 out of 5. No, I want to say 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6 rolls have been a Gandalf 6. Also for Widowmaker's Den. So congratulations. And again, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow. Now, if you remember our... oh, that's right. We had the textured cloth. Whoops. He's over here now. So that is what we had again for that's the not corrupted version of our Cyber Merlin there. You know, I'm gonna get me more of my violet. Let's go with that here. This is just a simple old dry brush right now. Just a simple dry brush. Yeah, not gonna do the texture on this. I mean, even on a 72 mil, texture is kind of like, would that really be visible? It's hard to see the texture on cloth at 100, full size, 1-to-1 scale humans, much less on a 28 millimeter fig. Now look at, see all that darker stuff? It's been a while since we put the lighter dry brush stuff on, but guess what? That's a thing. It still went. Well, and of course, surface tension. I'm not sure he wants to be stuck on a roof now, because our bird population has increased. Yes, our bird it has increased substantially, wouldn't you say there? Because again, we have the Guahir planet right there. Yep. And there's going to be fun doing some of those portraits too. Yes, indeed. That's going to be really fun. Well, Sarge, I think don't you already have you have like the Kursk grass and Kursk soil, don't you already? So you do have stuff for that, I think already. Oh, Sarge, the latest video I was just filming, I was taking uh, that UV resin that you can just like flash cure with a 405 light. I was smoothing out FDM prints with that, Sarge. Those FDM prints are now smoother than these. Well, I think these are pretty smooth because of the settings that I used on them. But yeah, otherwise, Sarge, I'm getting like higher res almost now results from the FDM using this resin over the top of it. It even was able to like completely wipe out a massive hole that was kind of cut out by one of the supports. I think that's called Equus Prime, their surface tension. Now, now again, we don't have any horse worlds. Again, we just have the one planet that's gone to the birds. Well, actually, it's several worlds. Yes, the Syria Republic covers many planets. And again, they reside in that area of space called the Valley of the Giants, as in lots of giant stars, red giants, blue giants, all them giants. I'm just imagining like an army of Gandalfs. Yeah, oh, that's right. See, Valfair, if all the Gandalfs just got together, maybe they wouldn't have their arms ripped off instead of just, facing the Balrog one at a time. Now that really, boy, I mean, that difference there, that little bit, what that makes. Now, let's go back to our darker stuff here. Let me try this guy. Nope, nope, no, that's going to be too much of the red. Let me take that. Now we're going to kind of reinvigorate some of our deepest chat. There we go. Yeah, this. I think. So surface tension. Does Equus Prime have like the oat moon and the seed moon or whatever? Yeah, it's a moon made entirely of oats and grass or whatever. We need our dark along here. That's real. Look at that. It's again almost like a cast shadow there. Now we were talking about the base and doing the cracks here in the stone. Let's do that. So yeah, Sarge, I was just painting that stuff on, and I was able to use it for glue also, so for like really small parts. So some of those like those tracks there, Sarge, and other really small things like those 1/48 scale infantry. They got like the teensy tiny little hands, trying to hold that the machine gun and stuff. That's where that I was able to strengthen. So the joint is actually stronger with the UV stuff as glue. There we are. And of course, our Siri Republic is what I've been developing the culture on all of those different worlds there, Camda. And oh, we got our fish planet. That's right, our little fishies under the sea. Oh, here we go. And this is the first bust that I've done. We'll have some bust of our birdies too, but there's Again, that's one of the other planets in the system. That's the Alchiba system right there with the fish people, the fish folk. There we are. Now, again, is that a star or is that a heat lamp, Camda? Maybe it's just a heat lamp at Chick-fil-A. Whatever you do, never mention 11 herbs and spices to a member of the Syria Republic. That's a bit like asking Gwahir to be your personal Uber. Again, that's what's got Gandalf in such hot water with Gwahir. Surface tension, a subject like that, that's just kind of something that's a subject that you can take and just gallop away with, right? Surface tension. Yeah. And of course, it escalated right out of the starting gate, didn't it? Surface tension. Now, let me get this dark here around his eye. Then we're going to do the glowy stuff for his eyes, too. There. Definitely darker down in here. And we're probably going to, you know what? Not Giselle. We'll go refresh the medicine, then we're going to try and find ourselves our fast-mat way to really start locking in some of the lightest source lighting, I think. And of course, we still have 2 non-object source lit ones to do. Here, let me start fooling around with Guinevere here. Let's get to this. We'll start doing. So here we can actually kind of work on some of the skin tone. Here, let's start working some of that into here. A little lighter. And that is all right there. Then we got the skin here. That's again going to be kind of your black, sort of shiny armor type stuff there. Lighter stuff for skin tone. I don't think we'll do the both red glow. We'll have the one Oculus kind of glowing there. There we are. Now, I think the winner of the pun contest there, Velfair, I'm pretty sure that's going to be determined by a nose. Let me get this a little later here. Okay, I'm going to maybe also just like do a quick little indication of where we want our 2 light source, or well, not light sources, but 2 lit up areas to be. That's going to be this here. That's way too big a chunk of paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Oh my goodness. First there, and then one up there, okay? Again, we're running a little bit shy here on any of our lighter paint. So we'll grab some of that as soon as we come back from our, again, trying to gather up some supplies for the rest of the stream. Lighter stuff on the face there. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, that's when you're the Triple Crown winner, there's surface tension. There's a certain pressure. There's a certain pressure to keep racing and keep winning. You don't want to be heading out to pasture too early. Right surface tension. Let me get a little bit more of our light stuff right in there. And now to the here. Well, okay. Let's start breaking out some of that. Not Mars Yellow Deep, because that goes along the edges of these, all along here. Well, I mean, you definitely need it for putting those miniatures together, right, Valfira? That glue's got to come from somewhere. Okay, do a little touch of that here too. Crown, of course. And maybe a little something, something on the here, there. Not too much for right now. More like that, okay. Now to that sort of bluish gray like we've been doing on our other ones, like Nimue here. Let's just start throwing that on here. And then we'll have to let that set too and move on along. So we'll just kind of get this working here. Now let's do some stuff there. And that was going to be red, because actually that was her coat color. And we're going to take our Pearling Crimson and then some of that. Pearling Crimson. Maybe I'll take some of that, put that in there. All right. Maybe get a little bit of that towards the inside here. Let me see what that's going to look like. You know what? That sort of kind of works. Yeah. Well, Velfir, here you can. And again, I still think it's going to be interesting to see a bas relief of the autocorrect monster. I think that's still going to be super, super fun. Where is he hiding? There he is. We have uncovered the autocorrect monster. There he is. Yes, indeed. Whoops, limit liner up there. Okay. Kind of just rolling with a little bit of the Naples yellow and the fabulous Pearling Crimson together. Thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. We could definitely use some of that, because the voice is definitely, we've been using the voice a whole bunch. There we are. So again, appreciate that surface tension. Now, geez, I don't know if you have to go and do battle with the biodrone squirrels there and their secret hidden palantiri. Let me see what that is going to look like for our floor stuff here. Yeah, most everybody else has the source sliding going, but we don't have not on Gwenny. Yeah, yeah. We'll head on out. We'll do our just gonna take a few seconds to go and grab some more of our minutes in there, and then we'll put some of our fast minute whiteout because oh geez, now it's hour number 3, so it's totally legit, Valfera. It is now hour number 3. So it's not 30 some odd Celsius there anymore. Surface tension. It was definitely getting to be dicey with the death orb shield there for sure. Well, again, that's what happens when you cheat evolution with the giant death orb shield, right? Surface tension. That's what happens. That's what you leave yourself vulnerable to. Okay, so yeah, don't go anywheres. We're gonna probably, I think, get back to. We'll rotate back around here to Nimue, start doing some more of the skin tones on that, and also too, we gotta get to some of our lightest source lighting. We have not done the lightest source lighting yet, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. To Nimue we go. And to our fast mat white. Now again, that is our number 3. Pop this out here. Move these guys over. And now let's get to the lighter skin tone and also again some of the hair. Let's get some orangey glow to the eyes here. Where's that Indian yellow? Again, that's a little bit of that Winsor Newton Indian yellow. That is some very intense stuff. Gotta thin this. Ooh, not that much. Not quite that much. I think we're good now. I'm gonna deposit some of the. Okay. Deposit some of the excess over here. Now let's try that again here. There's our orange. For the eyes is maybe even lighter here. Gonna grab even some more of that. Again, the fast mat white there. I think we've done about as light as we can on the actual source light itself. We're just going to start hitting some of these other areas with it now. The hair. Also going to catch some more of our light here. And now on the side of the face there, maybe a bit more of that orange. Let's retreat a little bit from that. Bit more of the orange here. Okay, I think that's the right. That could be a little later too. Maybe yeah, we'll cut down a little bit on that light there. That maybe later too. But at least more of the orange. Now here, let's get this a lighter yellow. Yellow there. Some of the white into that. Where am I? That there it is. No, we're getting there on again on that armor over there because that's gotta have some hard edges on that. Now with this here, let me get the other brush super quick like here. That orange, and then we got the floral orange too. Pure orange, floral orange. That's gonna make our flamey stuff even more toasty, I believe. Yeah, it should. Now a bit more on the ground here. Catching some of the edges of these flagstones here. Yeah, a little bit more of that over here. And now here, let's really start to catch the light right along, because again, that's if that's a shiny surface, we kind of need this one band of that lighter stuff to be hitting it. We don't quite have that yet. Another round of that, maybe even with some of the fast white in there. Back to that. Another little light there. Okay, good. To a bit more light. A bit more light right on the edge of this. Back to this brush here. Like this. Right, oh yeah, definitely gonna get the edge of the top of that. Perhaps a little more here on this cloth. So we've definitely been able to work out quite a bit more on our Nimue here. Let's lighten up that part over here. Conveniently enough, Puro Orange not a bad thing to use here, because one of our very first usages of that was in a tutorial video where we were showing how to use Puro Orange to paint skin tone, of all things. Yes, it was for painting skin tones. Because you mix it with white, and it kind of starts to have, it's not quite like, say, taking our Terra Rosa or whatever, and mixing that with either Naples Yellow or Brilliant Yellow Pale. It's not quite the same. Nah, that's too much. Get a little bit more of the lighter stuff on the hair there. Also, maybe tone down some of the orange right there. Now, let me see if I can take either this Perline Red or Perline Crimson mix. I need to kind of go around this one eye here. And get the upper lip a little, there we are. A little bit more of that upper lip there. Maybe a touch of shadow on that. Back to our very dark stuff here. Now on the, now that's too much there. Okay, take some of that away. I'm wondering, do I need a little touch more of the red over here? Or the orange or whatever. Yeah, just a touch more there. Yep, that makes more sense now. Lancelot. Let's go back to him. That's a real toasty red there for sure. Will certainly lighten up. I think the sword, even in some places, that also also is going to need some of that fluorescent orange. And yeah, that's an oil paint. There are fluorescent oil paints. Guess what? You got to use them for tinting things like this. They're not going to be covering anything. Actually, that'd be the same for acrylic fluorescent colors. It doesn't matter. That's why they're fluorescent, because they're hyper translucent. If they're not, they are not going to be fluorescent. The whole point of them is the light gets in there and then passes through and comes back out. If they're not absolutely super duper translucent, then that's not going to happen. Way back in the day, we actually asked somebody who was a chemist to kind of look at the fluorescent paint. We were just wondering what in the world is in there. And his best answer was, well, all I can figure is that the light passes through the paint so efficiently and comes back, bounces back to your eye. That's what gives it that fluorescent appearance. And ever since, that's when okay, that is most definitely not how an opaque color works. It is very much the opposite of that. As in, no light gets transferred. At least not like that. Trying to get some of this more sparkly stuff on the armor. I'm going to just move my down a little bit there. And all this stuff was set very differently just a few hours ago for filming something that was gigantic, or for several things that were gigantic by comparison to this. As in, we're talking about the largest thing was essentially about like a 1/6 scale bust. I'll grab this guy here. There's our fluorescent orange. A little touch of the Indian yellow, and now we'll just kind of dry brush this over the sword, which just kind of intensifies all the oranges that are there already. Just by virtue of that. Now to the fast map we go to really hit something lighter here for that glowy stuff. It's got quite a bit of thinner on it. We got to be careful where we're going with that. Try and get the lighter eyes there on our Lancelot. Definitely gonna make these edges maybe not quite that light. A little bit of the Indian yellow. Now come back. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this here. Yeah, I'll do some of that up here. Edge of the armor. Fine, a little bit on the bottom of that. Also some that way. Sure. A couple little hits here on these armor sections on his fingers here. Like so. Top of this now. orange again. More orange up here. More just a regular old skin tone there. Now let's, well, I might just mix. Well, here we go. Some of the fast matte white over to the skin tone, almost more like a pinkish color. Yeah, surface tension. The perline crimson that registers on the ultra. That is on the ultra infrared scale. It's the indanthrene blue. That's on the ultraviolet scale. So yeah, there are definitely colors that do that surface tension. Have yourself a good walk with the hound. Again, beware of those bio drones, otherwise known as squirrels. You never know what they might be up to. Nah, that's too much of the blue. Try this. Darker around the eye. Perhaps even gonna, yeah, we're gonna strengthen up some of the shadows there because, well, sword doing that makes sense. Yeah, there we are. Okay, we got it. Here, a little bit more of the dark on this side of it. Once again, well, let's see if we can try one more time now for the orange stuff on the eyes here. Unless we need to just wait for that to set a bit more. I think we got that one. We'll say we got those two now. For now. Now let me try to develop some stuff here on the cloak. This is our corrupted Lancelot there, Grand Oracle. Looky here. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. So that is our corrupted Lancelot. We were showing our Arthur on. So this is the Arthur where I want to take all those different bits that we made, Grand Oracle, all the like the different Oculus thing, and some of the stuff for the sword and for the hand. So again, Grand Orgats, I think I sent you a whole bunch of stuff. Like, look at here, we got the corrupted version of Nimue. Right, and of course we did the corrupted version of the Lancelot bust there. And we're doing this for all of our characters, for Lancelot, Guinevere, Nimue. Because in the game, of course, that's the whole thing that Mordred is trying to do, is spread corruption. There we are. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you heard me talking about the great success with that using the UV resin, not just to kind of fill in layer lines, but also as glue. And it worked out so well there, Grand Oracle. Those FDM prints were looking cleaner than resin prints, and I mean resin prints printed on like a 1625K printer. I know they don't go to 25; they won't even go to 24 yet. But let's say a 32K printer. That's how smooth this FDM print was looking, because it was basically like glass, Grand Oracle. In fact, it was to the point where in the video I actually started to ask, I'm like, I wonder how this is going to affect the absorbency of the oil paints, right? It certainly won't be standard FDM anymore as far as absorbency goes. Yeah, it's going to be a whole different ball game. A very different ball game, and it worked. It worked so well for gluing stuff there, Grand Oracle, that the area that I glued was stronger than the original print. Yeah, it was stronger with using the UV resin as glue, which I thought that was pretty wild. So there was a whole bunch of discoveries made not long before the stream there, Grand Oracle. So yeah, I'll be again, that video is already edited and rendered. I'll upload it to the YouTubes. So I don't know, probably a few hours from now there, Grand Oracle, you should have a fun, interesting little, again, UV resin video to watch. And this is one of the classes that I was experimenting with for the RPG game, because there's the 6 regular ones, and then I was experimenting with a fractured class. So we'll see it basically somebody who has been, you're role playing a character who has already kind of either mostly fallen to or completely fallen to the predations of Mordred. That might not work out, but I thought, well, let's give it a shot because everything is all in the development phase. And Grand Oracle, I think, since I was able to find the original settings of the any cubics, I basically took. Now I'm starting to take build plates like our Enterprise in Arizona, and just printing those out. So hopefully that worked out, and we'll have that all ready to go for the Monday stream. So this is as simple as it gets there, Camda. It's just the resin. No, actually, they don't sell baby powder around here, but maybe that's what the marble dust could be for. Yeah, you could use the marble dust for that. I forget how many years ago they took away the baby powder. I don't know if there's some kind of, I don't know. I don't think they still sell talcum powder. Maybe they do. That I wouldn't know. This I do know has to be not just darker, but also, again, this has got more of that indigo in it, so more of a blue here, less of the orange on the other side of our shadow area here. We'll also definitely darken that down. Yep, something like that. I mean, it works so well for so many different things, right? Camda could be very interesting for that too. Boom. Couple of sharper edges down there. All right. Yeah, one of the sculpts that I did, Grand Oracle, and it was and I'll try to remember to link it in the description of the tutorial. This tutorial was I don't think it was the latest printing workshop, but maybe the one right before that, where we were using and the bamboo slicer, that thing where it says "make your statue" or something like that, and that bust turned out to be something like about a 1/6 scale bust. It was really huge. Well, all of a sudden, the skin on that, there was a big old hole in there from me trying to rip out one of the tree supports. It didn't just fill in that gap, it was so smooth afterwards. Again, it was It was like a resin print resolution. Now we were gonna get some of our later stuff there too. We gotta get him his later eyes. We haven't done that. We gotta get him something that's resembling almost like a beard here. Again, this is going to be our next Blender tutorial, among other things, because there'll be other things too besides this. It's going to feature, I think, him, where I try to, again, take all these separate kind of cybernetic type bits and just add them to his eye, the chest, his arms, the armor and such. We'll see how far we can take that. And of course, it was really nice having a whole bunch of these one happy choice, craft brushes for that, because I didn't have to worry about it's like, okay, I'm just going to throw these 2 or 3 away now after the tutorial. Didn't need to save them. No, 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 no. More of the fluorescent. Come on. More of the fluorescent orange, I think. Which, again, just being dry brushed on here, that's all. And now we need to start doing some lighter stuff here to really lock in some of these shapes here. Oh, gee whiz, Camden, we're less than a minute away from a Cinco Trace. Wow, I almost completely spaced on that, Camden. Look at that, it's 3:33:02. We are just seconds away. Almost completely forgot about it there, Camden. That would have been unfortunate. Just 20 seconds away. Counting down to something that means absolutely nothing. For some reason though, we say we have to acknowledge this. Again, just a few more seconds and 2, 1. There you go. 3:33:33. We call that a Cinco Trace. Again, that doesn't mean anything. I'm still even trying to figure out how in the world that even started. But it did. This right here, again, not by no means our lightest orange or yellow or anything like that. Not even close. You know what? We probably need a little bit more of that over there. I'm going to get some of that on his arm over here for sure. So yeah, I do believe, yeah, not this coming week because that's all of our midway stuff, but the next week we'll start to dive into our corrupted large scale figs. Coming Monday, after this Monday, will be more of our starships again. It's going to be a bunch of the smaller sized ships. So the ones that kind of go on those 60 mil bases. And I'll see if I can get some of the 30s printed. That's what I'm going to try and be printing over this coming week. Is as much of the rest of that Siri Republic fleet as I can. Now, that's real. Oh, no, no. Let's go even lighter. Where's my Indian yellow for some of that? Again, that's the Williamsburg Indian yellow that we're using. Now, Grand Oracle, I thought I sent him. If I forgot, I'll try to get you those. I thought I sent you pictures of, with the kind of some of the rule stuff, with the tiles all laid out. Well, most of them laid out. After I saw those and I started running out of them way faster than I thought I was going to, I did a whole nother print of those. And I might still print one more set of just the tiles. get that working. There we are. Okay. A little more light here along the edge of his crown. Nothing down there. I mean, maybe a little bit of the orange light would reach there, but again, we're trying to think of cast shadows and such.
So say we all.
Well, Irid, I think you also got yourself, don't you got a 125? Yes, you do. There it is. Everybody, please give Irid a Camwave a follow. I hope the stream was fantastic there, Irid. And of course, like always, post those Pinterest links. But here we are, 125 streams. Break up the train itself. Irid a Camwave. Thanks again, Irid. Appreciate you being here. And thank you so much for the Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid a Camwave just shared. And again, hopefully that the sound of that is not too loud now that we've made an adjustment on where we hold that train. I'm glad that you were able to get some more progress in there, Irid. And you'll be doing the normal stream, normal Friday, normal Friday stream next week, right? Now I guess, do you think you'll be able to finish it off on the next Friday stream, or do you think you'll still kind of go past that too? So again, everybody please give Irid a Camwave a follow. And again, check out all the fabulous jewelry and also Gundam stuff too. Yeah, so great to see it. Now this right here, that should not be. We're gonna get rid of all the orangey stuff there. We don't need that. That will be gone. A little bit lighter skin tone there. And then we gotta start thinking about, okay, this also too. Not so much with the orangey stuff. Where's my? There's some of the basically burnt umber. Put that here. Now we'll take our stuff here again. That has no no Indian yellow. That's basically the Mars yellow deep we're mixing in there. Hit it this way. Well, and of course, Irid, here's hoping. I don't want to jinx you or anything like that, but here's hoping that a certain holiday creature has not appeared, at least too much of late. We don't even want to speak its name, right, Irid? Let me just utilize some of this again to maybe get the glow here. In that, now the glow in this one. Push a little further. Okay, good to go. No, we certainly don't want any Easter bunnies, right, Irid? Unless it is actually Easter, then it's okay, but otherwise, no Easter bunnies. Or at least no demented Easter bunnies. Orange sheep? No, not there. Not there. Just made an adjustment, got rid of that. Now, I guess, are those, well, they're not exactly predictable no matter what, right, Irid? I don't know if those if it's kind of becoming either A, more frequent, and or B, just harder to kind of go. I think we're jonesing for a little bit of strife today. Because sometimes you would think, okay, there's gonna be some mischief gonna happen because there was either some stress or something was going on, and then there's the, well, where the heck did that come from? That came out of nowhere. I would guess that there's more of those kind of days happening. All right, yeah, we'll do that. More here. I want to try for a little bit of that. Let me try this. That might still be too light, but I mean we can always come back and bring. Oh no, that might just be working there. Where is our? Or do we? No, let's do a little bit here on Galahad. Yeah, definitely. It unplugs a few cables, doesn't it? No doubt about it. Bringing that up to back to my darker stuff here. Let me get that in again. The Pearling Crimson. Takeaways. There we are. There we go. There was too much of that. We had to cut back on some of that. Now this over here, actually, here, let me see if I can maybe get some of our skin tone over here. Okay, that is the shadow side, so there's no source light there. Can't be too light, of course, but we do gotta get some, at least some kind of mid tone over there. I'll bring some of this into our skin tone. Now, this is about as light as I can go on this, and then we gotta stop right there. And then let me just bring back the darker color here, and then we'll come back with our light one more time. So let's just do this. We know we got to do that anyways. Yeah, like that. Again, sorry, sorry about the voice. Between trying to film, stream, and all that stuff in a very short period of time, that is bound to happen. Might even grab a cough drop or something like that here in a second. Nope, it's either not light enough or the consistency. We maybe got to add more thinner, or maybe we need less. I just put a little more. That's what did it. I mean, we're talking about just a tiny bit more thinner. That's all we did. Did a little bit more thinner, and that seemed to really do the trick there. No, that is too light. So I think probably by today they're aired. We'll find out if that transferred tomato plant is actually going to survive because obviously there's the shock factor. It's not so much the stuff that was growing when I brought it out there. It's more like the new stuff. Has the new stuff started coming out? If that's the case, then I think we've got ourselves a successful transfer, which means that we might just have ourselves some tomatoes by, who knows, maybe by mid-June, maybe even late June. Like, as in tomatoes we can pull off the vine and eat, not just like, oh, there's tiny little tomatoes there. Now, hopefully you can kind of chill out a little bit with a little bit of a walk there, Erid. Can everybody please give Erid a Wave a follow. Got the Prussian blue again. Like up there a bit more. Some more over there. What about this? Okay, soften it up first. Now let me try steal some of the fast matte white and then bring that over here. Some of it on his hair. Now let's lighten this up a smidge more. Shoulder, now on his neck there. So yeah, again, really looking forward to the 75 mil version of this, because potentially, well, more like 5 different light sources. The little candles on the base, those are most likely going to be very subservient to the light coming from the sword, especially, and of course from the fractured grail. Speaking of which, here again, our light, as in our fast matte white. Maybe I even need to put out another little batch of that. I mean, that's okay. I mean, we are at almost at hour 4 anyways. So we're trying to break that up a little here. No, I gotta thin it down. Once again, not to a pinline wash level, but thin it down nonetheless. Ah, there we are. Doing that. Okay. Oh yeah. Here. Let's that's had a chance to set for spout. Let's work on our our Guinevere here. Get some a little bit of light on the armor stuff here. That is of a bluish gray persuasion. We'll do some lighter stuff. There may be a simple free-handed kind of thing. I don't know. Nothing crazy, that's for sure. To the very dark stuff now. We haven't really done that yet. Boom. Oh yeah, there you go. That's going to make a big difference. Also here. Not just a line, but an entire shape there. Okay, now we got it. Fingers, try to get those with a little more detail and resolution. Darken up the hair, these bracers here, and the sleeve. Here we're just gonna maybe almost do a bit more of a glazy thing on that. That makes more sense. Darken that all down. Also need to darken this around that orange glow there. Since we do have, well, still some of our fast matte white left. That's good. Now that's too orangey for that skin tone. Let me try this. It should be lighter than what's on there. Oh yeah, it is. Definitely is here. Let's get that and another hit there, and now here too. The fingers certainly need to be lighter. Whole back of the hand too. Work in some more. No, let me go back to a little bit of this for the. Come on. Some tiny bit of the pearly crimson. There we are. That just overall for starters too. Like now we can start to dial in some lighter stuff from there. Now let's do that. Also try to make the crown a little lighter. Like that. Touch more here. Lighten up the hair on this part. Definitely gonna lighten that up there. Oh, that's actually some more of the armor stuff there. Both of those plates, and now edge of that. Some light there for the hair. I'll grab some of the Naples yellow here and maybe, okay, fine, some of the white too. For some of our, it's not necessarily gold trim here, but okay. Maybe a little smidge of that on the hair. Now back to the face here. Lighter skin on the forehead, the nose. Let's hit that now. Some of on the cheekbone. I'm gonna grab that red again so it doesn't get too light too quickly. Nope, still too light. Ah, there it is. There we go. almost tempted just to again bring out some more of the fast matte white here, just so we could really start to hit some of our latest lights. I mean, we are basically in hour 4 now. We tried to not get too quickly into super light colors there. We try to kind of go from the middle outwards, lots of mid-tones, then throw in some darks. And then as we get further along in the process, then we start thinking like, okay, maybe now we start doing some highlight type things. Some maybe the latest colors on the cloak here or the robe, whatever. Up there too. Right, maybe bring a little bit down here. Okay, and now here on the base, maybe we'll go with something that is darker to bring out some of these flagstones once again. Not gonna, obviously put the fiery highlight on like we've done on the most of the other ones. Perhaps, yeah, let's hit these two. Let's get these guys. Some ellipses, and then around this eye, we're gonna reconstitute that. Also, fingers here. Bring back some dark for the time being. Try to do some of the later skin tone once again here. That cheekbone, and then above the lips, now the lower lip. I think now we're starting to get this. Okay, and then now I'm just gonna put that some of this back out here. Let's just do it. Alright, let's get the light, some of that light in here. On that skin tone, lightest light. Lightest light over there. The fingers one more time. That and the armor there. And then this can all just start mixing right here. We'll just do this little tap, tap, tap stuff, and you can see with each tap, the color gets more and more and more mixed with again what's on the surface. Starts to add itself to what's on the brush. Hashtag no layers, of course. And then we can take this and do a little more tap tap and just kind of take away brush stroke stuff. Taking away the excess paint there. I want to lighten up that cheek one more time. There we go. A little lighter here on the upper lip. No, that went too far. That's alright, we'll just go back the other way. We'll just do that and try that again. Oh wait, there we go. I mean, that wouldn't, that was not terribly difficult. Indian yellow. More of this white here, and let me see if I can really hit these. Nope. Gotta refresh that brush a little bit. That was nope. Even that's still too chunky there. Let's try this again. I think we're almost there now. Yeah, that's gonna work. Bingo. Just had to try that again. Sometimes it might take another try or two, or maybe three. I'm not sure I wanted that much of the yellow in there, but maybe that's gonna work. You know that is not terrible. Maybe that actually worked out. Okay, that goes over to this. Where's our Merlin here? We haven't really done too much with Merlin in a while. So down, I might. Well, first let's take a little bit of our darker red and knock some of that down, and then we'll come back with our lighter orange stuff. We'll do that, especially now that we got our fast matte white back out here. In you go there. Some more of the Indian yellow. Let's start to work our way back to here, further up his arm, and then also down here on the leg and such. We've got our little free-handed design there. That's getting too much towards the yellow. Let us grab a little more orange here. Yeah, okay. I was looking at that thinking, that's an awful lot of yellow that far away from the light source. How about we trim those sails just a teensy bit. And I think that worked. Couple little lights on the edges of our flagstones here. That does start to create the effect, the lights coming this way. Less of the yellow, more the orange. On our not work stuff right there. Couple more little shots of orange on the. Oh yeah, this needs some. Around that buckle. Do we go? Let's go to. Yeah, let's do some darker stuff here. I'm doing all this lighter stuff. How's about we go the other direction? Like this. Oh, there you go. Crimson. Cluster pane's great. Too thick. Thin it down here. There we are. Yeah, that would have probably just kind of like, as we like to say, just bounced off of there. It just would have been way too heavy. With the oil paints, sometimes it just takes a little while to understand, okay, how much thinner is thin, how much thinner is too thin. And that time can vary for some folks. Some folks, they just pretty much find it right away, especially if you're kind of Well, I wouldn't want to say this is it. Well, if you're used to oil paints, because I've had some folks that are used to oil paint, it can be a little dodgy for them because they're used to, who knows, maybe they're used to taking gobs of oil paint and sticking it on a canvas or something. But miniatures, I don't care how big they are, there's no such thing as gobs, right, Camden? And now Camden, actually, well, if you want to post some stuff, send the chat there. I think the last time you had a chance to post something was, well, probably 3.5 hours ago or so. Because now we are well into hour number 4. Get working on many different figures here all at once. That's kind of the ideal way to go about the oils. Also, too, with the oils, you're not painting. You notice we're not painting like one little part till it's done, then move on to the next part. That's we didn't even do that with acrylics. Certainly not doing that with the oils. As in absolutely no way, shape, or how doing that with the oils. I wonder, that might have made that a little too orange. Let's try this. Maybe this will kind of resolve that anyways. Here, let me take this. Because both of the cheeks there are very much, they're kind of on the darker side. Let me try this now. Nope, that's going to be, I could see right away that was going to be too dark. Oh, that might be better. That was a bit more of a mid-tone there. I think that sort of did what I needed it to. Yeah, there we are. Now, where is our... Here he is. That's a tale of two Merlins right there. Those are really different from each other. Gonna bring in a little bit more of this here. This lighter yellowy stuff. Maybe try to... Nah. I might also grab the other. Well, it almost might be time too for maybe a new liner brush, because after a while, these things do kind of need to be retired from, as we like to say, frontline service. They start to take on other roles. Lighter on the, again, some of those details on that cloak. Back to our Lancelot perhaps here. Nice to see you there, Primus. I hope that Saturday treated you very well there, Primus, and of course, happy Sunday. Let me get the... Yeah, let's hit these again with this. It's not white. There's still... We still got some of our yellow in there. I wonder... Yeah, see, let's get some darker on that one eye there. It's a little too jinky. Let's make that not be jinky. Oh, there, that might just be enough. Now that could be just enough to darken that, but then now we have to get some more light on that cheekbone. That's been a little bit troublesome trying to get that light on there. It ends up just being too much of a too large of an area, but also trying to get that to be a little less and a little less of the orange there too. Still would also like basically some cast shadow in there. I want to see some. Okay, so yeah, all right. The hair's still got to kind of stay a bit on the darker side. Speaking of darker side, how's about maybe reinforce the dark underneath there? I don't know. Let me see what happens here. Let's do that. More. Got it. More of that here. Yep. So maybe be something darker in the here. That too. Yeah. Other side of his nose. Yeah, well, especially since the light would be coming up that way. Here, let me retry this here. I'm going to try the light now. Oh, okay. There we are. That now makes a little more sense. The one side of his head, I had that way, way, way too tall. Alright, that makes more sense now. That I'm down with. Canva, that it can be the, and I've seen it with the with the Winsor Newton Alkyd Violet, the Gamlin Alkyd Violet, and even the Paul Rubens Alkyd Violet. The glazing with those is kind of it can be a little unusual, to say the least. Let me try to rework that eye now again. Okay, here's that lighter yellow stuff. Right here. Okay, that's not quite the right height there. We'll push that up a little further. Now that means we're going to have to take some of the bottom off of that. Which we can sort of do like that. As we welcome in Mitch. How you doing there, Mini Mitch? Thank you so much for the raid. How's about everybody? Please give Mini Mitch a follow. So, Mitch, if you want to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're working on just a few figures here. We have a whole bunch of them. Let's see, 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, these three and then these three over here. None of these had any paint on them whatsoever. Here we go. Just a little spot object source lighting and such. So yeah, none of these had any paint on them at all. They're part of our, you can see, I think let's do this one. These are the board game versions of our Cyberthurian fig. So there's Lancelot, both corrupted and uncorrupted. So nice to see you there, Borak. Nice to see you. And of course, again, Mitch, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead and do that. Looky here. There's the full size. Oh, let's zoom out. That's the only way you're going to see these. We're zoomed way in. There you go. Alright. There's our corrupted Lancelot, and there's regular Lancelot. And again, there's just a little bit of freehand on the back of them as well. So again, everybody has a corrupted and not corrupted version of their character. Stream last night was this. We'll just stay zoomed out so you can see this. So this was our Friday stream. That is the more again. All these are figures that I made myself. And there's the bust version of that. We painted that up last week. So there's the figure and bust version. Hey there, Tundra Crusher. How you doing? So Tundra Crusher, if you want to share some stuff in the chat too, please go ahead. Oh, looky here. More Cyberthurian stuff. There's painting number 3 of our Cyberthurian landscape. Here's what we did the week before. There's a moonlit scene, and then, oh, look at this, a sunrise scene right there. And they're basically going to use these
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
as photo backdrops. So, hey there, Black Jackal, thank you so much. So that's like a, is this like a modern Minas Tirith? What are we doing here? I don't see any mountains over there. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see, we've actually, I think we've had 2 6s on our Gandalf 6. Can Black Jackal manage a third one here? I'm not, we'll see how it goes. Well, it's, we have a half of a 6. It was still more than a third of a 6. Half a 6 is better than none, right, Black Jackal? Also, too, where's our, oh, here we go. So there's our, well, let's zoom back in again now because we got ourselves, there we are. So yeah, this is one we did a few weeks ago. We did all of the non-corrupted characters. Now we're doing the corrupted characters. And again, this had, you can see here, this is the bust version of that. There was plenty of translucent cloth there. We'll break out the bas-relief version. That'll kind of show you a little bit here. Kind of the difference. So again, there's the corrupted version, and that is the kind of your original version of Cyber Nimue. So yep, actually it is all, well, let's see if we can, well, we'll zoom out again. Here's some of the rules that we are working on. This is all part of a board game that we're working on here. And again, this is so that people can potentially either play this solo or with less than, say, 6 or 7 players. And of course, I'm working with my beloved 3d6 curve table there. And of course, here is a, you can sort of see there's one of our rule books right there. Is this got our, oh, it does have our character cards. Yes, indeed. Look at that. So you might recognize some of them. So there's our character cards. Oh, look, there's Merlin, Lanta. Oh, look at that. There's Mordred. Yes, indeed. And, oh yeah, here we go. This is some of our other items that we use for the game here. Look at that. There you go. There you go. There's some of your fabulous tiles. With the nodes. Oh, we've got our tokens of various types. We've even got our dice here. So yeah, all kinds of, and then here's our relay tiles right here. 3 different types of relays. Get that out of the way here so I can move. There we are. Oh, and here again, here is our, there's your non-corrupted Galahad right there. And everybody has a corrupted version and a non-corrupted version. Of course, there's also, here's Arthur. There he is with the fabulous ultramarine blue. And again, a little bit of freehand on him. Actually, Black Jackal, this is one of a few different worlds we are working on because, in addition to all of that, well, there's this. We are working on our own line of starships here. And by own line, I'm talking about several species worth of starships. So this is, we'll show you some other graphics from this species right here. We painted the first 3 ships. There's several more that we're doing. We're actually going to do a tutorial video here on this one. And you're going to be, you'll recognize this when you see this. So again, we use these as kind of like basically a reference here. So we kind of can see how we want to paint those. And there you go. So that is that ship that is in my hand right now. That is how we're going to paint it, like that. And of course, that is from This species right here, that's the species that just went right to the birds. Yes, indeed. They flew the coop, and they are right over here. See that in the lower left-hand corner? That's where they are. And they even every species has kind of a basically sort of a theology, and also they have essentially kind of a what is their tenets of their society. And for the Siri, it is the three thoughts: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. We're going to start getting into some of the smaller, some of the mid-range size ships as well, freighters, cruisers, frigates, that sort of thing as well. Here's our there's the fabulous battleship right there. And of course, again, there's as you can see in that map, there's several different species. If you want to say your human species, they would be kind of in the center there, the Great Union of New Terra. They're pretty closely allied with the Ballisteri to the lower right-hand side. Your Chetzok and Moskin holdings, they've essentially broken away from the Jolaren Empire. So that's well, it created a wee bit of a wee spot of bother in that particular universe. I'm going to zoom back in here so we can get a little bit of look-see at our figures here. And we paint those up on our Armada Monday streams. All of the starships there. Also, too, well, this week coming up, a little bit of a change. We're going to be painting some of our 1/1800 scale ships here because, well, it's our Battle of Midway observations. So yes, indeed, we'll be painting Yorktown because last year we painted Enterprise on our Thursday stream for a flat art stream. We're going to do another one of, again, from our Battle of Midway observations. We're going to do some more Dauntless stuff. So again, thank you so much for the raid. And of course, Mini Mitch, I don't know if you had a chance to post some stuff in the chat yet, but if you want to post some stuff, please feel like you can go ahead and do that, of course. And of course, definitely appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. And one of the other reasons we did all this, now it's going to be hard to get at this here, but scopes like this one here, yeah, nope, too hard to get to. But there's a Galahad scope that I did, among other things. They're the subject of tutorial videos with the idea that, well, this way you don't have to be a member of like 12 other Patreons like me just to get the files. So that kind of cuts down on your cost just a little bit. We need to, yeah, let's there we are. We needed some dark to cut that out, and now here we're going to get a little bit of our armor color on this side, because that's not affected by the glow. We're using oil paints here, by the way. All oils all the time. There we are. Alright, that makes some more sense there. I think I still got me some of my fast matte white. I do. Let's deploy some of that over here. No, not enough. Try some more. Also, maybe a teensy bit more thinner. Now I think we're talking. Yep. There we go. We just need it a little bit more thinner. Also, our skin tone on the hand. It's about time we can lighten this up now, too. Been waiting for that paint to set for quite some time. Possibly even a little later, maybe. Bam. More right there. And back to this more of the kind of like a bluish gray here. I mean, it's very dingy by comparison. It kind of needs to be with all that source lighting right next to it. Now, it's a little bit of reflected light here because, well, metal and all. We'll get a little bit of smoothing action going on there too. Now, what about this? Okay, these guys, I might roll with some of that kind of greenish gray here. That's getting too late. Let's walk that back just a smidge. Is nice. Okay, there. We'll roll with that for now. Because we do have to think, like, oh, cast shadows and all. It's a little more involved to do that now, Camden, than it was even just, a couple of months ago, right? It get, I'm just realized, like, wow. Yeah, this all happened just in the last week. Oh, look, this just happened in the last couple of days. Now, we're also working on an RPG game. It's very closely tied to the board game. Oh, and by the way, the board game and all the RPG stuff, that is 100% printable. Yeah, you don't buy a box or something like that. You just print it out. You can print out the figures, you can print out the charts, you can print out the dice, the tiles, all the stuff. You can print all that stuff out yourself or not. You don't even have to print it all out. You could just have the images of the different tables and stuff just on an iPad or something like that next to you. You don't necessarily have to print those out. They're just, you can if you want. And here, get the thing that'll be the most interesting to see is how do those tables work, which essentially control players that are, the characters not being actively controlled by human players. As we've talked about, right, last couple of streams, right, Camden, where we say, okay, look, the typical computer game is the computer player, to make it better, just cheats. It's like, okay, you need 10 of this resource to make this. I only need 5. And to make them better, now it's down to 3. They still make all the same ridiculous mistakes that a computer controlled player would make. It's just now they're rewarded with easily attained resources. That was that was certainly not something I wanted for this game. Sort of the nice aspect of making your own game is like, well, okay, all those things that not really my favorite part of other games, well, we can maybe try not to have those happen. Maybe we don't have that stuff happen in this game. How's about some a little bit there? Okay, also too. No, that's in shadow, so we wouldn't get the fire there, but we still need a little something right over there. Yeah, that's better. Perhaps a little more light on the skin here. Let me see what we can do with this. Let me see what happens. Yeah, that works. Oh, that's right. No, let me lighten this up a little first. Before we head back to Morgan Le Fay. Or no, so back to Guinevere. Where's Guinevere? There it is. There we go. Because we were looking to make not just lighter, but I want to actually have some kind of a greenish gray here because it's looking very close to the kind of the burgundy of the cloak there, so we don't want to be too close to that. And I think the lighter this is, unlike the other ones, they have all the object source lighting. Now back here, that's another reason we're trying to make this lighter here, so that this looks like it's more in shadow. Because this was almost the same as the shadow stuff going on in the deep recesses behind the cloak. So I'm like, nope, we got to change that around. Welcome back there, Irid. Now, Camda, if you wanted to share your stuff again, same thing there, Irid. If you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, since we got more eyeballs here, why don't you do that?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Joker Paint. Hey, Joker Paints. Wait a minute. Well, actually, Joker Paints, there's been a lot of following slash unfollowing, because there's a couple of people that I had to refollow. Yeah, so good. Great to see you there, Joker Paints. Appreciate that. Now this is a side of that's a side of Arwen I've never really seen before. It's like, dude, you keep talking about these other people. We have no idea who you're talking about. Also, too, why do you smell weird? Wow. No matter what universe I go in, I always smell weird. So I'm just gonna take my glow stick and I'm just gonna go home. Now we've had multiple sixes on our Gandalf 6. Is Joker Paints gonna get one? Yeah, Joker Paints, you definitely were. Well, okay, there's a third of a 6. Still better than none, right, Joker Paints? Yeah, there was 2 people just this in the last week, Joker Paints, and I'm like, I know I was following you. I don't know if it's just something, the little kick that twitches on lately, or sometimes it's like, if you haven't seen a stream in a certain amount of time, it just unfollows you automatically. So yeah, like Arid was saying, Twitch kind of likes to unfollow. I don't know if that's something almost like it's designed to kind of do that because it creates a little more action. I don't know. I don't know why it unfollows. Either that or maybe it's to try and prevent bots. I can't imagine why. It's not really making much sense to me, but it's just kind of how it rolls, right, Irid? So appreciate the follow there, Joker Paints. Now this also needs some of the blue on it here. Let's get some of that. There we go. Also up here. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Iridicam Wife just shared. Actually, Joker Paints, if you want to share some stuff. Y'all want to share some stuff, please go ahead. And again, of course, Mini Mitch, why don't you again share some stuff? It's a Discord, link, Insta, whatevs. Whatevs. I'll go back to the fast map. Wait again. Now we're getting somewheres. Yeah, we're working on 7 different figures here. All at the same time. That's pretty much how we roll here. Oh, thanks, Mini Mitch. Yeah, Mini Mitch, that we're just kind of. Oh, actually, yes, we should show you. There's some more. There's more. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Mini Mitch just shared. So again, we've been working on our Celtic Goddess series as well. We've done like 4 different versions of Bridget. We'll be getting to Arianrod. Also, we're going to be getting to Branwen here, and that is part of our Celtic Goddess series because we don't have enough series. How's about that? So all the minis you just saw there, they are represented right there. So again, that is also some of the stuff that we are working on. Here is the bust version of Arianrod. And of course, again, we'll be getting back to it. Oh, we also do, I forgot all about our bas-reliefs. Yes. Love to do these bas-reliefs because unlike miniatures where if you're going to do a painted backdrop, you essentially have to stick a piece of cardboard back there. The bas-reliefs, the painted background is essentially built in, which makes them really, really, really fun. Absolutely love doing those. So check out the Instagram link that Joker Paints posted. Check out the Instagram links that Mini Mitch posted. Now, again, this coming week, emphasis on the historical side of things because it is that time of year. It's that early June. Every year we do this little observation. So we'll slip over to some of our historical stuff this week, and then back to the sci-fi ships. And we'll be painting the full-size versions here. More full-size versions of our corrupted characters. So again, everybody, please check out all the Instagram links there. Check out Arid's Pinterest link. Give Arid Wife a follow. Give Mini Mitch a follow. And also check out the Joker Paints. So have a good one there, Mini Mitch. Again, thank you very much for stopping by. That is appreciated. A little touch more of the dark there. Where is here we are. Just trying to get the little bit more. There we are. Bit more of the dark around the eye. Trying to create the oculus effect there. I think we got it now. Alright, let's move on. Where is our... there's Lancelot. Here he is. Let's see, 4 hours, 38 minutes ago, there was no paint on these. There was some brush on primer. If that counts as paint, then yes, there was paint on it. Otherwise, not so much. No paint. Done all with the oils in less than 5 hours. We're working on 7 miniatures all at the same time. That does actually cut down on your painting time when you do that. Those paint-free objects are very special, right, Kanda? Because once they get paint on them, now they can't be anything. Now they have to be something. They can't just be whatever. Bam, there we are. Also, too, if you check out the Instagram here, you'll get a chance to really see some of the other things that we painted that belong to our Cyberthurian universe. Here we are. So it's basically it's kind of a tile building game. You have Mordred, who is trying to sow fracture and division amongst the player characters, and also trying to corrupt the Grail Code. Obviously, it is up to you to defend that. Various hazards await you. And I guess you could say almost kind of like in some of those Cthulhu type games, you start to maybe compile a wee bit of corruption yourself. And at some point, you can become fractured. At that point, you get yourself a secret agenda. And then it gets real interesting. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to, okay, now you're on Mordred's side. It's kind of you're on your own side. I don't want to say it's like there's a second Mordred out there, but, maybe. Because you do not know what that agenda might be. You also have non-player characters like the Green Knight, and also, as we call her, the Onion Lady, the Lady of Shallots here. Lady of Shallot. She represents the mainframe. And when, sufficient amount of corruption is hanging around out on the table, well, special events happen, like the Green Knight shows up or the mainframe just kind of shuts down. Not really good in a a universe that doesn't exist outside of cyberspace. Yes, these are not corporeal creatures. They're not robots. They're not androids. They're none of those things. They exist only in code. Because the once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. Doesn't really give a lot of specifics on the when, even less specifics on the how. Dude on a horse would be very interesting to see these days, not super useful. However, given, the conflict between nation states and individuals in cyberspace, well, maybe that is the hour of greatest need, and, well, guess what? Maybe that's where they show up. And that's what this is all about. Is again trying to preserve the Grail Code unites, the Grail Code heals, it restores, and of course, again, Mordred tries to fracture that by multiplying truths, trying to overload the mainframe. Let's overload on a little bit of our floral orange here, and also a little bit of the pure orange on this. And then, where's that Perline red hanging out over here? We combo that with some of our Williamsburg Indian yellow, and that becomes a very spicy orangey red right there. Very spicy. A little more of that. Come on. Wow, geez, guess what we're 1 minute away from, Camda? It's hard to believe. Yeah, we're getting close to another something else that you got to mark there. I looked up and I went, wow, it's almost that time again. That would be Cinco Cuatro, I think. Yeah, that's coming up. Wow, 2 streams in a row there, Camda. We're gonna have that. Let me spice up a little more orange right there, and also this right in there. Okay. Little more down here by his boot, maybe a touch over here on some of the. Not too much there. A little bit more orange right again, right here underneath that sword. And we try to make the light look like it's passing through those. So yeah, we just had it there. Just had our Cinco Cuatro there, Camda. Again, it doesn't mean anything. For whatever reason, we get one heck of a kick out of it, don't we, Camda? I would like to. Oh yeah, that's it. I need that one little teensy bit there. Let me bring out. Yeah, I think we did the same thing on the the large figure version. Yep, see that? Had to have a little bit snuck through on that side. I know we did put some of the orange out there too. I might try to put a little bit of that on this version here. Roll with that. Oh, smidge on his finger. Okay, that's that. Not too much. Where's Merlin here? Oh, yeah. To do a little bit of stuffs on the Merlin here. A bit of orange over here. And then maybe some more up here on the edges of this cloak. We'll grab just some of this. I'm going to pure orange. Over the top we go. Also there. Also that. A little bit on the edge there. Now we're getting somewheres. What about that? Yeah, that too. Little more of an orange here. Ooh, yeah, that's metal there, so that should catch a little bit of light. So all of this is his hand. So this right here, you're seeing. That's what you're seeing right there. That's his hand. As you can see, very much a mechanical nature. Again, they're not robots. They're not even real. They are not physical beings whatsoever. They only exist as lines of code. I'm thinking, yeah, let's take that down, and now let's do a little bit of this on the other side of his head here. Again, we gotta get some natural light here, some ambient light on this side, especially over here. Again, we don't want too much because otherwise it's not going to read as a shadow, right, Lubao? So a little bit great to see you, and have a great day there, Incarnates. Incarnates, why don't you one more time before you head out the door? Why don't you post your stuff one more time? Because Incarnates also paints with the oils. Incarnates also does the streamy thing. So there you go. Check out that Instagram link that Incarnates just shared. Well, we'll see it. Well, your Tuesday there, Incarnates. Yep, we'll see you on your Tuesday. It should still be my Monday. Otherwise, that's a mighty late start. But thanks for being here, Incarnates. Appreciate that. Let me get a little bit more of that over here again. That's kind of just a lighter grayish color, a little bit of green in it. Very much again the tattered robes, trying to do that for our corrupted characters. Essentially, that kind of just represents again the fractured code. So Lou, I hope that Saturday treated you well, and here's hoping that Sunday. Well, at least you're having a fabulous Sunday morning here. What do we got here? We got this. I'm going to try and do a few little lighter things, maybe on the hair as well. Yep, like that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for the follow. That is, of course, appreciated. How many? Oh, wait a minute. We have more Gandalfs. Like, what happened to all your white armor and stuff? He's like, well, stuff sort of happens. He's like, how did you get white robes? You didn't have those before. He's like, well, stuff happens. That's, Balrog happens, right, Camda? Let's see what happens on this big Gandalf 6. Once again, it's either a 6 or a 2. I think that's been the two. I think we had 1, 3. Other than that, it's been 6s and it's been 2s. So thank you so much for that follow. That is, again, very much appreciated. I mean, that's the kind of, that's how you get your arms ripped off, right, Camda? Now here, that's got to be, let's not mess with that. This other side, howevs, get a little bit of that and bring that over here. I think we can do a little, yeah, we can do a little teeny more on this other side of the wing here. How's about we do that? Same over here. Might even try to elevate some of the violet in the wings. Now here's the again. That's the dioxazine vat. This is the I think it's the Winsor Newton. Yeah, it's the Winsor Newton dioxazine instead of the Paul Rubens. Only because it was just well, the cap on the Paul Rubens is acting weird, so easier just to get at the Winsor Newton stuff. Let me try that now. So this is gonna be really interesting when we do the again the large scale version of this here. Looking forward to that. And again, thanks to all the folks for doing the follow thing. That is appreciated. Well, I guess it gets us a little bit closer to the magical number that doesn't mean anything. That the 10K. Yeah, it's like there are Zippo fabulous prizes for 10K. You don't win anything. It'll be neat though if we ever get to that. Because we're what at 99725 now. We're working our way there. Yep, came to 6 years ago. Was not sure at all how things were gonna space out here. Not sure at all. So we've been doing this 6 years and a month, basically. Well, 6 years and 2 months, I guess you could say. I have no. What would you say? I've got nothing to compare that to because I really don't know what other people have follower wise. If they've got 20, then I have no idea. I only know what I got. And well, I do if I look up there. Otherwise, I don't. But yeah, not sure if that's a lot, a little, or somewhere in between. Too light maybe. Maybe let me retreat just a smidge from that, and there we go. Yeah. Now up here, it's not so bad getting a little later because this should be catching a little bit more of that light up there. So I think this could work up here. And trying to get some different colors in there. You can see here we've got where's the original? There he is. So there is your non-corrupted Galahad, and of course again trying to make the cloak be a little bit more like it's been stained and well fractured. What about his hair? I think we'll dare I say we might have to throw some more fast matte white out there. We just might have to. One more round of fast matte white for Galahad for the hair, I think. Trying to get a little light there. Just a smidge over there, and now above the lip there, gotta get some there. Okay, we got that now. A little reflected light there, and then a little something on his neck. And then I guess, yeah, we just gotta, well, no, maybe we can just roll with this here. Just use the Paul Rubens stuff. Let's just go with that. Take this over. We're going to start breaking this down. Alright. And also here on our Corrupted Grail, I'm going to maybe try to get a little bit more of the Prussian blue on that too. Now we're getting there. Bring it up here. So again, all the folks that do the follow thing, very much appreciated. Typical stream days: Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mondays, usually Armada Mondays, a ship of some kind. Thursdays, well, called Flat Thursdays. Again, these names kind of offer a little bit of an indication of what I might actually be streaming. Yes, that would be flat art of some kind. Sometimes landscapes, in a little bit, probably in a couple of weeks, we'll be getting to actually doing some portraits of our characters here. Because that is, well, portrait artist. That's what I did when I was doing 2D art. I was a portrait artist. That's going to be pretty wild, candid, to be live streaming portrait stuff. Oh, what's that? Oh yeah, come full circle or something like that. I guess that's the phrase that would pay there. What I wouldn't mind, Camda, is a couple of flat Tuesdays. Yeah, that would actually get some sleep then, Camda, if we had flat Tuesday. That would be me flat, laying there asleep flat on a Tuesday. There you go. That would be a flat Tuesday. I want more Prussian blue. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere here. Yeah. Still got that fast matte white out here. That is good. That will be handy. Some cracks on our grail here. Oh, there it is. I had them. I was trying to put those on there before. Just wasn't working out because there was not enough darks. We added the dark to it. Well, Shazam! Look at how that worked out. Yep. Now I can see the fractures there. That's but we start doing some of that on the inside. Well, that's a little too much. Well, golly gee, it's like we got an eraser. Well, we sort of do. That's another handy thing that the oils can do. You say, yeah, you know what? That didn't quite go where it was supposed to, or I just don't like that. You just wipe it away. There's no stripping paint or any of that kind of stuff. We didn't even do that when we were doing acrylics. But certainly not needed for the oil paints. Let me see if I can get away with a little light on the nose, and then here, right there on the upper lip. I guess I need some more thinner on that. Not too much, though. The chin. No, I'm going to try this. Refresh that brush again. No, but we may just have to go darker. When in doubt, go dark. All right, let's do that. Fine. We've got stuff to choose from. Let me try this as our dark here. Okay, yep, that's what it needed. Just needed to be darker. Fine. We'll just do that. Okay, back to where's our Gwen? There's our Nimue here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get. Here's our Perline red. There we are. It's like there was still too much of the brown in there. Gonna deposit some there. Let's try this again here. Yeah, I think we've got the lips set there a bit more. Back Do it again. That should. Oh, here you. Let's go a lot darker. Almost again like a cast shadow. Light coming here, and then this. Here, let me hit it. Start it here, and then there. Okay, so basically a cast shadow happening here. Now that needs to maybe be a little bit later then if we're trying to do a cast shadow routine there. How's about we do that? And not anything too late. Let's just do this orange that's sitting over here. That would go right here. And now, see, we've created the effect of a cast shadow, sort of like what we did over here, right? That's, you don't see any of the orange stuff there. Unless she was translucent, which no, we're not doing that effect here. So yeah, and now on the leg here, we'll get our lighter orange. Here. Maybe that's a little too much on that far down. We might take some of that away. How's about we make that lighter, also this lighter. Yep. Touch lighter over here too, okay. Yep, we better do that. I'm debating a little bit on the neck there. How much further up do we want that on the hair? This, I'm going to take some back to my orange here. Like that. Down here. I would like one little shot of orange on this side of her arm here. I will now just kind of frame that with a little bit of this dark. Like that, and now here was good. I still got the vast amount white out here. I still have it. One little row here of sunlight, and then we also needed to get some more of that on the end of the armor there. Also touch more on the hand. I don't think we need to really do a bunch more, say, on the hair. I don't think so. Now here, maybe we'll almost make this a little more ghostly. So instead of it being darker stained like we've done on the other ones, I might try this. Let me get some of that blue. I'm not sure just how much lighter we want this to be, but let me see what happens when we do this. To me, it might maybe look almost a little bit more eerie or something if we have that be a touch lighter. Alright, more like that. Yeah. was so kind of look at see a little bit of an opposite of what we did with Lancelot there. Still chasing a little bit of the ambient color slash light here on this side of our Lancelot. It is kind of neat, Cam, right, to see these guys with this overlay. It's just so appropriate for. And again, here's our what we're entering kind of into the Mordred zone here. Entering into the Mordred zone. Now, of course, as far as your characters go, some are more vulnerable to corruption than others. Lancelot being he's the most vulnerable of all the Grail Knights. Morgan Le Fay is the most easily corrupted character. Obviously, Arthur and Galahad are on the other side of that. Guinevere is kind of in the not super easy to corrupt category. Nimue and Merlin, they're kind of right down the middle. They're essentially almost, I don't want to say neutral, but again, not very easy at all, but also not terribly difficult. Once you have reached a sufficient level of corruption, then you get that secret agenda, and then it gets real interesting. And of course, to try and make sure it's not the same thing over and over and over again, Mordred also has his own agenda every game, which usually is going to be a different agenda every time. And it's kind of up to Mordred to, shall we say, trick the players into thinking, well, this is what he's trying to do. He's definitely halfway there already, right, Camda? Come on, I'm trying to get a little bit of the dark on the... There we are. Okay. Now this side, just like everywhere else, we're going to take some of this like very dirty grayish blue here, not super light, and it's just going to go on that side. That helps to create, this looks even toastier, right? If you have a dingy cool color next to it, the fire light or whatever is going to look that much brighter and that much warmer because you have some context around it. Here's that same olive green. This we kind of have like really light and then very dark. We're trying to almost do a little bit of a glaze sort of halfway in between. So not all glazes are going to be darker. This one is essentially a mid-tone because when and some parts when it hits it, it makes it lighter. Other parts where it hits it, it makes it darker. It's a little bit of a it's a two-way glaze. It can do both things. When we put it down here, it actually makes that lighter. When we put it up here, it makes that darker. Where is... Let me try a little bit of this here on Merlin, shall we? That's going to go up here. Yep, it's doing the same thing. Again, we don't want all of these to be identical to each other. Now, how's about we get... good, we still got our fast matte white over here. Going to do some lighter stuff with the knot work here. For this part of our Merlin. Stop there. touch more of that light again in the knotwork here. Even like, because again, all this here is that is metal there, so glinty. Also, maybe get some lighter stuff on the hair. Work that in. All right, and touch more on the hair. Now on the face here, I think we gotta go darker. When in doubt, make things darker. Same over here. Same there. And we still haven't there, but now we sort of have the oculus there. Got a little dark here on his hand, not too much there. How's about I throw a little bit more of our darker red over his staff here. And oh, I spy with my little eye. Well, okay, that got somehow all the gray in there. Let me try some of this now. But that Indian yellow is still, there was a tiny little bit of it there that is still active. And now we got to get the, whoops, there it is. Oh, there we are. That's what we needed there to make that more like a crystal instead of like a tennis ball or something on the end of that. Okay, there we are. That is what we needed. The little extra light gonna be caught there. Same thing on his belt, because they got the metal belt loop there. Is that going to be light enough for this little bit of freehand knotwork stuff? Same deal on this side. Okay. We have it there. Now, yeah, got there again. Touch more of our light that way. That is not the firelight. Not the firelight, though. I might go back with my really dark stuff here again. That got that dark red. Yeah, here, both sides of our belt loop there got a little verschmizzled. We're gonna de-verschmizzle that. Just like we did on, I think was that the Nimue, trying to create as essentially like a cast shadow as the light comes down that way. Now the one base I have not had a chance to get to is our Galahad right here, because I'm working with this darker red stuff. That's what I would like to utilize right here. Because we've done this reinforcing the edges on our flagstones everywhere else. I haven't really had a chance to do it yet on Galahad. And immediately, yeah, here, this is another one. We're going to break that up into a couple of stones there. Potentially darken that again. The whole idea of this is to make it look like this. His white cloak is now very much stained. Very much stained. Alright. More of our little our fractured stones here, our flagstones. Probably some dark on his foot there. And then this stuff has to definitely... We never actually got any of our glaze stuff down in there. I mean, that we can change that here. Let me grab one of these guys. It's got a little too much of our light in it. Let me try something that doesn't have anything in it, like maybe this one. We'll take some of the umber and some of that Mars black, and we're just gonna do a quick little boom. There we are. It's like, wait a minute, that looks awful light for a shadow area. That's because we never actually did that. Well, that makes a big old difference right there. Much better. So yeah, this again, very much the opposite of, let's see here, they can take a peek at what we did for our Nimue. Part of it is too, you got this light hair here. I thought, well, if this is darker, it's going to make that hair lighter. If we have light up here and then dark here, kind of like what we have on our Galahad, not going to quite have the same effect, are we? Not quite. Taking some of that dark there. Okay. And this, see how much lighter and toastier our source lighting got. We didn't do any light down there. All we did was we added darker stuff. That is all that we did, was we added some more dark. And lo and behold, our light, well, it got lighter. Ooh, here's another thing we need to do. We still got our fluorescent orange and Indian yellow Williamsburg style going on the end of that. Oh, here's our pure orange too. That's another thing I've been waiting to do for a while. Okay, now we will take the Perline red and now some of that Indian yellow. More Perline red. I guess even more. And over the maybe here, let me try some more of the Perline red. Ah, now we're getting there. Okay. Just for whatever reason, there just wasn't that Perline red in there. Then all of a sudden there was. Then there was plenty. More of our orange up in here, and then also two on that, and then over here. Perhaps a little touch of our orange sneaking through there. Trying to walk that up here a little bit more, unless, do we need to go darker here? I wonder, let me try some more of our orange here first before we decide. A whole bunch of stuff to clean up over there on his hand, just did that. where are we at with this again? This is a very that's a very intense orange. We got the pure orange in there. You got some of the Indian yellow from Williams, right? That's about the most intense Indian yellow you're gonna find anywhere. So yeah, I think we got that on the muscles now. Now over here we got the same like with our Lancelot. We gotta start thinking about cooler colors over here, like say this. Not a ton. Also not terribly light either. Yeah, that'll work. And that's just a tiniest bit of, again, something almost like a bit of a blue there. Bluish gray. I might put a little bit of color goes somewhere must go everywhere, so I'm gonna maybe put a little bit of that also over here on the wing there. Now over here, I don't know if we want to really mess around with our blues too much on the wing. Now this is a little dicey right here. We either need to darken that or make it lighter. We're going to try to get some of that Prussian blue and maybe just see if we can't darken this right in here. For some reason, it just seems like that might be better served if it was darker. Maybe even march that up on the hair a little bit more there too. That might be a little bit more blue than we wanted over there. So I'm going back to this green. Yeah, maybe that's all we need to do right there. Maybe we don't do anything else. I might here. Let me try to emphasize some of the little holes here now, maybe in the wings. And yeah, we kind of already did that on this side. Haven't done that over here yet. Let's do that. Whoops, too much. All right, I think we got something there. Still thinking about this as a again as an army painting series, although the chest set really was kind of, I was leaning towards that. Only because, well, I guess, the corrupted version have more stuff going on with the bases, but there's really no bases to create. Whereas I think maybe the chest set figures might be a little bit more to do with the bases. To the dark, we go right there in that corner. Okay, and then here too. Trying to leave that be somewhat darker again. It's not just in regular shadow, it's also in cast shadow. There's like double shadow there. Now on Arthur. Now for some places on the base here, and also try and get some of my dark there. I mean, we did do some glaze stuff on there. Not quite this level of dark on it though. Yeah, that starts to stand out a little bit more as kind of individual blocks there. Now over here, I would like to have some kind of reflected light. Not nothing terribly light, but something that's got some of the blue in it. Maybe I'll also roll in with some dark on this too. Yeah. Ooh, that probably should be darker. We'll say that's partially armor there. Here, let me take the maybe just the Indian red and some of the orange there because it's just too light here. We need to take some of that away. Oh, I see. I see we're going to add some yellow over here. Yellow with orange. More. Okay, there we are. Some Indian yellow into that, and now that might just be light enough. Got to break it down a little more thinner here. There's that's all alkyds. Can I sneak this in over here? Because again, the sword is right here. This should probably catch a bit more light maybe than it is. Also, too, the sword itself, that either has to be lighter, or we gotta go the other way with the pearline crimson and such, or pearline red, and maybe take away a little bit of the light there. Yeah, like this maybe. Got that over in there. Let's tone out a little bit of some of this here. There's just like a lot of yellow. Close as it is to the sword, don't want too much yellow there. Thanks, Camda. It's kind of nice to see this aspect of it too, because the only reason these came about was I was working on the game, and I wanted a mechanic where obviously there was some form of corruption or something like that. And after I worked out at least some of the initial mechanics or whatever, I said, well, wait a minute. Um, First of all, what would they look like? So I wanted to see what they would look like, and then I realized, well, wait a second. You probably would need some kind of a figure to show that they have reached that state. It'd be easier to tell on the board, and then I thought, oh well, let's have some fun making those. I mean, I already had the regular characters, so uh, some of them were a little bit more difficult than others, only because, well, okay, Merlin, he's a wizard with a robe and a staff. It's how do you make an evil wizard? Okay, you have him attacking somebody, maybe that's about it. Yeah, the rest of it kind of had to be just changing the colors. Example. So again, a much more serene uh, Merlin here, and then well, we got fighty Merlin over there. So apparently, that's the corrupted Merlin likes to jab you with his pokey staff. And yeah, because there was I wasn't really thinking about doing corrupted characters at all. It was just because I was working on the mechanics of the game, and I went, well, if I'm doing all that, what about maybe taking it a little bit further or whatever, and actually making figures to represent them. Two of these, and of course, again, we painted the Lancelot bust and the Lancelot figure. That made me really glad that I did attempt to do those. And again, don't forget the programming note for this coming week. We a little quick 1 week shift over to the historical side of things. Now let me see. I think Monday is going to be the 2nd. So yeah, I think we'll maybe the Saturday stream we might be going back to our regular stuff. It's basically a kind of like a June 4th through 7th. Because once we do our Dauntless, once we do our ships, so I think probably the Saturday stream might be back to our kind of regularly scheduled stuff. Yes, instead of the white beards, right, Camda? Unless you're Sauron, that's a special dispensation there, I guess. Come on, there we are. And that's going to extend through that. Oh wait, now let me try here. Let me just maybe take the white here. I think we got some of our mellow yellow over here that we could use. Alright, good enough. But I do think actually I might since we got printing stuff we got to do. And we got a video to put up on the Patreon page. Yes, we got to get that thing uploaded. That's just sitting there waiting now, waiting to be uploaded. So I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, trying to do Ren Fair stuff plus do this, and also to I had to start this later than I wanted it to. So appreciate Armored Wolf doing that. Also want to say thanks for all the follows. We had a bunch of follows here, so that is appreciated. We had a bunch of raids too, also appreciated. Had some subs, some bits, some tiers, all appreciated. How's about we do a quick little, yeah, let's get these out on our screen here. So there's again our Arthur, Merlin, Galahad, and now our other three here. So we got Nimue, Lancelot, and Guinevere. There we are. So we got 6 of our figs there. And well, about 5.5 hours. So I'm going to start our little raid countdown right here. So thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate everybody being here. And it really does match the overlay, doesn't it, Camden? So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Monday. See you later, Camden. See you later, Erid. Have a good one.